Please have your seats. Welcome to the regular meeting of the San Clemente City Council for July 19th, 2022. Let the record reflect all council members are present. City Clerk, do we have the pastor?
Michael Holmes from Shoreline Community Church.
Please rise.
Let's pray. Father, we are thankful for this city. We are thankful for this beautiful nation in which we get to live. And Lord, I just pray over this meeting. I pray as what Jesus Christ prayed in John chapter 17, where he said, may they be one as we are one. Lord, we pray for unity in this place. We pray for wisdom in this place. And we pray that good conversation and good delegation may come out of this meeting today. So Father, may your name be glorified and may San Clemente be blessed. It's in Jesus' holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Donna Calise, could you approach the speaker stand and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Please put your hand over your heart and face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I have a motion waiving all resolution and ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Noblock, second by Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. City Clerk,
Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
or none?
None. Oral communications. I have three speaker cards. Donna Vidrine, next, no name provided, and then Amanda. We can all line up.
Evening, Ms. Vadrine.
Good evening. I'm Donna Vidrine. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. I'm speaking about emergency services and hospital for San Clemente. And as I'm asking, will there be a report from the hospital subcommittee tonight on hospital care and emergency services in San Clemente? What are the next steps? The hospital subcommittee, led by Mayor James and Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, facilitated by a consultant for public engagement and participation, produced a video, conducted a Zoom, and organized a public gathering for roundtable discussion in April. The objective was to discuss the timeline of the closing of our hospital and the hard work the hospital subcommittee, led by James and Duncan, has accomplished since 2016. We do not need to continue looking back. Let's have a vision, create a work plan, mobilize resources, and meet the needs of San Clemente for emergency services and accessible hospital care. The survey completed in 2021 is a watershed, a turning moment. The people have spoken. Our residents overwhelmingly support a hospital. Costs must be defined for them to intelligently decide further. We are looking to this city council and city management for a plan to bring emergency services with hospital care to San Clemente. This public survey must frame our future. Bring in professional resources to advise on how to create a hospital district inclusive of San Juan Capistrano and Dana Point. Since the original RFP, the situation changed greatly. The 2020 RFP was done during a pandemic, before the 2021 survey, and before the settlement was reached with Memorial Care. The property is no longer in litigation. The property is currently zoned for emergency services and hospital care. Since the original RFP, the situation is greatly changed. We need a new strategy and a new RFP. The survey of 2021 reported overwhelmingly community awareness of need for and support of an emergency room and hospital services in San Clemente. A majority of San Clemente indicated taxpayer support for hospital care with an emergency room. Let's determine next steps and present to San Clemente your plan going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pedrine.
Good evening, council. I had a slide presentation for tonight, but I was told that I did not submit it in time. I disagree with that, but anyhow, moving forward, I would like to speak about Mayor Pro Tem Chris Duncan and what happened at the last meeting when there was a concern about a lack of quorum because there wasn't enough council members appearing in here person. So if you take a look at Mayor Pro Tem Duncan's Facebook page, where he uses his title, Mayor Pro Tem of San Clemente, he describes himself as a political candidate. And why is he describing himself as a political candidate? Well, that's because, for those of you that don't know, he's running for assembly in 2022, even though he had a failed assembly run in 2020, and then decided to run for city council on a 4-year term. I find it very interesting that there was more questions in regards to people for various committees, such as the Human Affairs Committee, and what their political aspirations were, and the possibility that if they won a seat on city council, a committee seat would be vacant. But there's not that same regard for a council seat being vacant. In any event, he attended the meeting remotely through the office of Mark Aprea, which is a lobbyist for the city. And people need to know what was happening in Sacramento that time, that there was a third reading of, I believe the bill was SB 10, and that was to, I guess, for reproductive rights. Chris Duncan accepted a $1,000 donation from Planned Parenthood. In my opinion, his presence in that office was using a city resource because we pay these lobbyists almost $300,000 to watch bills and legislation on our behalf. This is not a city issue. Chris Duncan later appeared at Del Mar at a protest in regards to the bill Roe versus Wade being struck down at the federal level. And there was apparently more than 50 people there. Well, Chris Duncan voted for a special act that required a permit for this act.
Thank you.
Last speaker is Amanda.
Thank you. Hello, council members. According to the FEPC, public service is a public trust requiring officials and employees to place loyalty to the citizens, the laws, and ethical principles of private gain, following ethical guidelines and eliminating any improprieties or even the appearance of potential corruption is imperative to safeguarding the public's trust in government. To help accomplish this goal, laws exist to aid public officials in avoiding conflicts between an official's public duties and the official's personal interest. As such, public trust requires citizens to place loyalty and faith into the laws and ethical principles of public officials and organizations. I bring this up because on the agenda for the June 21st City Council meeting, the agenda included that Mayor Pro Tem Duncan was teleconferencing from the office of Aprea and McCallie, who is our lobbying firm in Sacramento. They are the lobbyist firm retained by the city of San Clemente, who is contracted with the city, and their work is primarily focusing on working with the state legislature to support, oppose, and monitor bills for the city. According to their webpage, they offer personalized political, legislative, and administrative advice and advocacy for a diverse group of clients. So I'm just concerned whether Mark Aprea is now a new client, or is Chris Duncan a new client of Mark Aprea or Aprea and McCallie. Prior to the city council meeting, Mayor James stated that Chris Duncan was campaigning in Sacramento, which raises a question why Mayor Pro Tem Duncan was teleconferencing from the office of the city paid lobbyist. Is it possible to believe that Chris Duncan was campaigning for his race for assembly in the 74th district and it appears improper? There are other questions raised related to this legislation that Chris Duncan has been very vocal about and has attended a recent rally regarding it. Several years ago, when a city council member and a San Clemente candidate went to Sacramento to speak on behalf of AB 382, which was Assembly Member Chavez's bill, Instead of sending our director on the TCA board, which was Director Ward, a San Clemente candidate went to Sacramento. In turn, he used statements like this to set him apart from other candidates. He stated also, I'm the only candidate who drafted legislation to stop the toll road at OSO AB 2796 and testified on behalf of SB 382, forcing the TCA to go out of business. People have used trips to Sacramento to further their political careers. The mere appearance of impropriety is a serious issue, and given their status as lobbyists for the city and their close ties with other politicians, even more questions are raised. Could this be considered a form of electioneering? Was Chris Duncan improperly using city funding lobbyists to further his own political career? I don't know, but it's a curious decision to use the offices of our city lobbyists, especially as there can be missing facts and details that can explain everything. However, the public trust and the law requires representatives to act in a manner that demonstrates leadership, honesty, and
Thank you
avoid
very
possible
much.
conflicts of interest.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
a quick question. Can we have Mayor Pro Tem just answer why he was at the lobbyist office during the last
I don't
meeting?
think that's appropriate.
I can ask it, so you
You
can choose to
certainly ask
answer.
it.
Would you like to respond to?
I think we should not. I think he should move on.
Go ahead.
Well, I was working with Marco Prea to support Senator Pat Bates' bill 1224, which is to help prevent the toll road. So I was working with Mr. Prea to contact other legislators to gain support for that bill.
Okay.
Thank you for responding.
Thank you. So, city clerk, city clerk.
Consent calendar. I have members of the public have pulled 3 items,
And they are?
4G, 4N, and 4AA.
G, N,
AA.
and I was gonna pull AA. Council members, you have any, Councilmember Ferguson, anything you want to pull?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, 4Q, please.
Q. Let's look at that one. Councilmember Noblock?
No.
No.
No? Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Can I
And-
make a motion, Mayor, to move the balance? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
I want to pull, has V been pulled?
B is in Victor.
Victor? I want to pull V as in Victor. Okay, your motion now.
I'd like to make a motion to move the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion by Ward, second by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
5-0. And now I'm going to have a motion on item AA.
Wait. Ahead of time? We took them in order. Do we not?
Well, I'm going to have a motion.
It's appropriate to have a request to change.
Yeah,
if there is
so there's about 3 dozen Nielsen's back there. And I would like to get, not that they're a problem, they're not a problem, but in deference to their mothers, I would like to get them home. So I'm going to make a motion to move item AA to the very front.
I'll second that.
Motion by James, second by Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
And do we have speakers?
We do have speakers, starting with Mickey Rathman,
Thank you.
followed by Donna Kelly's and Dawn Brown. So actually in Jen Kuda, there are 4. So if you can all
Okay.
line up.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, neighbors and friends. I'm Mickey Rathman, and I'm a volunteer with Peer Pride, a San Clemente nonprofit organization that raises funds and awareness to improve and protect our beloved San Clemente Pier. We have the fortunate opportunity as a group of volunteers and very active people in our community to be able to raise funds and know the process to help with getting memorial benches in place in our community. I know that as an organization, we are very active, and so you hear about us a lot, which is really exciting, and we're very proud of that. Our primary goal, though, is to preserve and protect our San Clemente Pier, not necessarily just promotion of our own organization. So I know that recently, over the last few years, we've had the unfortunate events of some of our community icons who have had direct ties to the pier and the ocean pass away. And we've been able to champion benches for those folks. I don't, and I hope the perception isn't that Pier Pride just wants benches that say Pier Pride, Pier Pride, Pier Pride. It isn't about that for us. It's about honoring these individuals like Kenny. So if there's concern amongst the council and the community that there's too many iterations of the word Pier Pride literally on the pier, it's okay with us if the design review committee and whoever decides how these benches look, that you decide, that you make sure that they're consistent and they look good and they put forth something that's beautiful for our community, because our priority and what the goal is to honor these individuals like Kenny in our community. So thank you so very much for considering adding another memorial bench to San Clemente Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Rathman. Ms. Calise.
Good evening. Hi, everyone. Good evening, Mayor James and City Council. My name is Donna Kales, and I have lived in San Clemente for the past 51 years. My father was Don Hansen. He passed away in January this year at the age of 87. He lived in San Clemente since he was 8 years old, and beginning when he was 12, he worked on the pier with his little red wagon. Later, he worked on the pier as a deckhand, then a captain, then as a business owner. When he moved his business to the Dana Point Harbor, a part of him always remained in San Clemente. In fact, our corporation today is named San Clemente Sport Fishing. My dad so loved the San Clemente Pier. He championed pier pride and loved the mission. He believed all visitors should come and experience our beautiful pier. I am here tonight to support the game table in honor of Big Kenny Nielsen. I knew him for my whole life. Kenny worked for my dad. Sorry, it's very hard because this is the first time I've been up here since my father passed away. So Kenny worked for my dad, and he was a lifelong friend of ours. My father and Kenny shared stories of the pier days until they both passed away this year. In 2007, in fact, they both narrated a Pier Pride cruise, the first one of its kind, called Cruise into History, when we went to the San Clemente Pier. Many of you may have gone on this historic cruise. My father's dedication of the game table arrived a few weeks ago, and I was called to come down and look at it. And I can tell you that it's such an honor to have my father's game table on the San Clemente Pier where he lived his life. And he so loved that pier. It's next to Bill Hart's. And now tonight you have a chance to vote on allowing Kenny Nielsen to also have that bench. We can't have these amazing people back, but we can have these game tables in their honor. So I just hope that you will honor them and approve the bench and the game table tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Donna. Mr. Brown.
Good evening, City Council. It's my privilege to be here as the president of Pier Pride and to vote or ask you to vote in favor of approving the bench for Kenny Nielsen. I had the great privilege of knowing Kenny when I got appointed to the Planning Commission 12 or 13 years ago and became the Planning Commission member in Coastal Advisory with Bill Hart and Kenny Nielsen, which I learned a ton of things about the ocean, sand replenishment, reefs, and everything from Big Kenny. What a great experience. And through that, we immediately got wrapped around with Don Hansen and the other that made the perfect trifecta of our icons of our ocean that have been here for years and for trying to protect our ocean and our beaches. Kenny was a visionary who was a part of Pier Pride from the start. Like Donna mentioned, he and Don Hansen together were what a great dynamic duo to hear them talk. The tour, with all three of them now as our rate water members and a possibility of putting all those benches together out there will honor our great watermen. And I really thank you for your time tonight, that you hopefully will complete this perfect trifecta of our great watermen. And Kenny worked for 20 years on sand replenishment and knows right where the best sand is. And he would pick up the phone and call any city council member anytime and tell them where you think you were doing right, where you thought you were doing wrong, including me on the planning commission. I had a lot of good consultation with Kenny, whether I wanted it or not. What a great man, Big Kenny. And I'd really like to also point out that the entire bench has been funded by the Don Hanson Trust, by the Christie Hart, by the Water Task Force, and other anonymous donors. So the entire thing has been paid for by private funding, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Jen. Thank you.
Everyone, good evening. Thank you for having us. My name's Jennifer Kuda, and I'm Kenny's daughter. And on behalf of our whole family, we'd like to really give a huge thank to Pure Pride. We're so honored that you would like to offer this special remembrance for my father. The Nielsen family moved to San Clemente in 1947 when my dad was just 2 years old. He came from a long lineage of Danish Viking fishermen, so the fishing beach town of San Clemente fit perfectly for their family. They built a small home on Mariposa, which is right along the alley between Mariposa and Marquita, and they named that alley Fisherman's Alley because everyone on their property and every neighbor spent all of their days on the pier fishing when they weren't working. Dad began working on the fishing boats at the San Clemente Pier at the age of 12, and through this experience, he found his passion for fishing and his life's calling, which led to a lifelong career with the sea. He formed and operated the company Sea Ventures with his lifelong friend Bob, who he met on the pier when they were just 12 years old. One of my favorite stories that Dad shared about growing up on the pier is how all the little kids could jump off the pier all day long. I know my kids and any kid, young kid right now would love to do that. But back then they had a ladder and you jump and you could climb that ladder all day long. And that was one of their favorite things to do. They did have one little challenge back then. They would get at the top ready to jump. And as they jumped, every kid would scream out as loud as they could, "Cowabunga!" But nobody could ever get the whole word out before they hit the water. I think the pier was either a little shorter back then, a little lower to the water, or we had more water, one of the two. The pier was always the center of my dad's life as a child and continued to be a home for him, as his experiences working there and the friends he met along the way all helped to shape him into the man that he became to help serve San Clemente in any way he could. Thank you, City Council, for your consideration of this special remembrance of my father, who lived the fullest life in our beautiful city of San Clemente.
Thank you. So I'm ready to entertain motion.
I just want to say that I enjoyed hearing those comments. You know, Kenny Nielsen was a friendly, smiling force of nature and a real friend of this city, a friend to all of us. And I want to know where that ladder is that those kids climb back up. Be nice to have that back. I'd be honored to make a motion that we approve this item.
And I'll make a second, and then I'm going to have something after we take this vote. So motion by Knobloch, second by James. All in favor?
Are you asking for discussion?
You want a discussion on it?
Yes, I would. I am totally in favor of naming and recognizing Kenny Nielsen for this. I'm very sorry for your loss. Your dad used to call probably all of us. And I remember one time years ago, it was on sand replenishment for North Beach, and we spent almost $700,000. And we were a little hesitant to do it, and Kenny stood up and said, "Be brave, be brave." So we did it, and I think some of it is still coming back onto our beach, but the ocean did take it. The only concern I have, and I did talk to your president of Pier Pride, is that Pure Pride's name is on there. I would like to see just Kenny's name on there and not, I think it's a good compromise to do that. My concern is that we have an agreement with Pure Pride that is separate from anything. And yet these came through the CARE program when they were planned and in the construction of the end of Pure concessions shack. So I'd like to see some clarification on the CARE program, because I believe the CARE program does not state or should allow a business or nonprofit to put their name on there. It should just be in the recognition of the people. And that's how it's been, where people can buy a bench or a table for their loved one. And I'm concerned that it happened outside of our Pure Pride agreement. We've been honoring people, and Pure Pride is honoring people, and we're getting duplications on things that are on the pier. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment, if the maker of the motion would do that we honor Kenny Nielsen, and we have more room on it to say something like great waterman, fisherman, and philosopher. I don't know, something else on there, something about Kenny, but not Pure Pride, because the other tables do say that. And I would like to do that, but I also would like to have staff direction that they re-look at the CARE program so that this does not happen anymore.
So I
on
think we
that.
can clean up the process,
I would appreciate
but
that, because
that's-
I can
think
totally
that's gonna
support
be
it with that.
separate from this discussion, right? Would you-
It could be, but it's on the agenda. I think we could say, just check it out, or I'll do it at the end of the meeting. That's fine. If you want it separate.
Concerning the request that the motion be modified, I think it's important for any community to honor the individuals that had a tremendous impact on our community. Kenny Nielsen clearly has done that. But you know what? Pure Pride's done that as well. They've spent private money improving the pier, doing yeoman's work, volunteering, raising money, spending money to promote a pier, to promote our city. I have no problem with recognizing or having a nonprofit that raised the money to do these things simply have their name on it. I have no problem with that. So I'm not inclined to accept the friendly motion. I appreciate your
Then-
motion, but I would call for the question.
Then I will make a separate motion that we do so honor Kenny Nielsen, but that it is with his name only on the bench and not Pure Pride. And my reasoning for doing that is that the name Pure Pride is on our pier too many times. And this is a public asset, it is a historic asset. And we should not have nonprofit names on so many structures at the end of the pier. I believe we've gone too overboard on that. So that's my motion. And I would appreciate support for it, because I can support this. I like city policies and city agreements followed, and we have a separate agreement with Pure Pride already that deals with all of this.
Councilmember Ward, I hear what you're saying. My issue, my thoughts, not my issues. I have a lot of issues. My thoughts on this is I want to keep it consistent with the other recognitions, the two other recognitions on the bench, on the pier, excuse me. So
So then we'll have Pure Pride 3 times.
I understand that. But someone else can
But
second
it
that
also
motion.
my motion gives more room for more about Kenny Nielsen on the bench or on the table than that.
So I don't hear.
If there's no second, I'll call for the motion on the original motion. Call for the question.
So that was motion by Knobloch, second by James. All in favor?
I have to vote no. I'm
For-
sad that
for-
no one would support that.
I want to
Phone
say, I want
calls.
to thank the kids in the back who are holding up all those pictures.
Yay.
Good job.
So 4-1 with Ward voting no. I have a second motion to make in regards to Kenny this evening. I've checked with the city manager. This is an appropriate motion. This is an appropriate thing to do. So there is an alley behind Kenny's house that's known as Fisherman's Alley. It goes from Mariposa to Escalanes. What else? Yeah, Marquis. And I'm going to make a motion that we proclaim that officially in the city of San Clemente as Fisherman Alley
With a signage
with signage.
in recognition of Kenny Nielsen
In
on the
recognition.
sign. I'll second that
Do,
motion.
do we need to agendize that for a future meeting, or is it just as a point of process?
The item's agendized in terms of recognizing Mr. Nielsen, and so this fits within that. This, just to manage expectations, this is purely just signage. There is no name to the alleyway currently, and it wouldn't be a legal designation. It would just be purely signage at both Marquita and Escalone, as I mentioned, with that signage. So I think it's appropriate. I'll defer to the city attorney if she has any comments.
Good question.
City attorney, any concern?
I have one quick concern. Would putting a sign up like that, would we have to notify public safety agencies, OCFA and OCSD? Because it's going to look like a city sign, like it is a.
We will make sure that aesthetically it doesn't look like a city sign. Those houses on the alley actually have addresses facing on other streets. So from a public safety standpoint, it won't affect when hopefully they don't have to call 911, but if they were to have to call it. But we'll make sure it doesn't look like other street signs. It's a little more unique.
Thank you.
So motion by James, second by Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. Now get those kids out of here. Thank you, guys.
All right, we're ready for the
City
next
clerk.
item. Item 4G, contract award pressure washing services in the downtown area. This was pulled by Larry Culbertson.
Good evening, council. My name is Larry Culbertson. I'm here representing, doesn't sound like my voice is on the, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm here representing the Historical Society. I believe this issue is probably going to be a shoe-in, but there is a particular part here that I'm concerned about. I wanted to call to your attention. I believe that the company is doing a very good job from what I've seen. But I'm concerned about the murals. I'm also glad that you went from twice a year to 12 times a year. It was just every 6 months. Now you're doing it monthly, so that's great. But nevertheless, I'm concerned about the murals. You're probably familiar that the Historical Society teamed up with the DBA and the city to put those murals in back in 2009. So far, we've got 8 of them installed. We've got 4 more that are ready to be installed. We're working with the city on getting that done. But there's ones that are in front of the South Swell ice cream and right across the street from that are always a mess. The cleanup crew is doing a great job, but the next day there's an ice cream cone dropped on it. So for the next 29 days, you got a mess there. As I say, it's not just that one, it's across the street too. It may be the case up by the yogurt shop too, I'm not sure. But my way of thinking, it's not fair to the businesses or to the other citizens, to all the citizens, to have 1 or 2 businesses who are selling a product that's getting dumped on the sidewalk and making an ugly mess and probably a health hazard too. So I would like to see, I've talked to Samantha, to the city people about this, about the concept of putting a little pressure on the ice cream stores to get out there and clean it up themselves or clean it up and charge them. But something should be done about that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Larry. City manager, you have any comments on that?
No, Mr. Culbertson's comments are taken into consideration. We will continually work with the businesses. Now, the businesses are responsible for a portion of their entryway on the outside. The cumbersome part is that if they choose to clean it, they have to capture the water because there's water regulations that don't allow for water runoff. But I think Mr. Culbertson raises a good point, and what we'll do via the economic development officers at the next DBA meeting, we'll encourage all businesses on Del Mar to focus on keeping their area clean outside and let them know the appropriate way to do so. So we can do that.
Thank you.
I'll just say as a parent who can never get past Del Mar without taking my kids to Southwell or one of the other ice cream places, I will do my part to make sure my kids don't dump those ice cream sticks over there and mention it to the staff as well. I think we can all sort of
That
do
may
our
solve
part.
the whole problem.
It
You never
might be
know.
my kids,
You never
honestly,
know.
and I think, or the 12 other kids I'm bringing in there. usually.
I have a motion on this.
I still have a
Oh,
couple
you have
concerns. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. City Manager, who are the other bidders? You mentioned in your report there were 3 bidders, I believe.
Thank you, Councilmember Ferguson. We have our Public Works Director, Kyle Koger, who can respond to that.
Okay, perfect.
Good evening. I believe it was Ed Stewart and Colts Landscape.
Who is the other one?
Ed Stewart and Colts Landscape.
Coles Landscape. Okay.
Colts.
Okay. And what is the frequency of the pressure washing of the sidewalks?
Once a month.
Once a month? Okay. And I'm concerned, and I hear this a lot from folks and businesses and residents on the south end of town, that their areas aren't very clean here. So if we're doing this for the downtown T-zone area, I'd like to recommend to council that we look to do that in the south end too, especially in the summer months. We have a lot of new businesses and restaurants on the south end of town as well. And I hear from folks that they kind of feel they get the short shrift when it comes to attention to their area as compared to Del Mar, which is our key downtown area, of course.
You mean South El Camino? Councilmember
Yeah,
Ferguson?
South El Camino Real.
How far south are you talking about?
Probably, oh gosh, I don't know a cross street to give, but it's something I hear routinely. So I just would like to recommend that council consider looking at that part of town as well.
Councilman Ferguson, are you okay with approving this
I
agenda
am, I
item
am.
and agendizing?
Yeah, I'll second
Well,
that to
okay, thank you.
agendize.
I just,
Yeah, and
since
I-
this
I'll-
came
I'll
up,
give
I,
support to
oh,
that as well.
good,
So
thank you. I
have
just wanted to
three
make
council
sure,
members.
since we're addressing this, that those folks, we can consider doing something for that part of town as well. All right, perfect.
If
Thank
I may
you.
ask for a point of clarification, it would help staff immensely if you could tell us from what street to what street, because otherwise we're kind of going out there blindfolded.
I will get that for you before the next meeting. I'll reach out to some of the residents and businesses who've spoken to me.
Okay, thank you.
Probably as far south as Rosa. Okay, but
I'll certainly-
we'll
I'll
deal with
certainly
that.
get that information. Thanks.
So can I have a
Move we approve item 4G.
second?
Sorry.
Motion by No Block, second by Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Next item is 4N, mural on public property, North Beach Concession Restroom Building. This was pulled by Sally Dwan and Richard Ford of San Clemente Sunrise Rotary.
I'd like to thank the city council for the opportunity to address what the design has gone through in order to get to the point where it's been hopefully approved by city council. We know that there was an opportunity last month, but it didn't come to fruition. We would hope that it gets the nod this time around at this meeting.
I just wanted to support the idea of the mural and character counts, how it does represent San Clemente and how important it is to engage our young people. So we've got students at the high school that will be painting the mural. And the last mural lasted for 17 years and it's been off for 5 years. So I know the city is really excited to have it back and we're looking forward to this item being passed tonight. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Any discussion on this item? Any other public comment?
No more public
Can I make a
comments.
motion?
Yes. Unless anyone has any comment.
I just have a quick comment to
Yes.
make that I just appreciate the Sunrise Rotary and the high school students for doing this. I know it's been a long time coming because this was proposed a little over 2 years ago and wheels were in motion and then COVID hit. So thanks for your patience and your steadfast commitment to making sure you stayed on board and got this done. So thank you.
Agreed.
Councilmember Ward, you have a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to waive the 30-day public notice posting requirement to facilitate an expedited mural installation process. Approve the character counts mural proposed by the San Clemente Sunrise Rotary and the San Clemente High School Interact Club to be installed on the south wall of the North Beach Concession and Restroom building.
Second.
Motion by Ward, second by Knobloch. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Next item is 4Q, notice of completion, emergency shoring of the Mariposa Beach Trail pedestrian bridge.
Oh, yes, I had requested that be pulled, Mayor. I just
Any
like.
public,
Oh,
any public
No
comments?
public comments.
Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, so this agenda report is basically closing out this project, but I just hope the city manager could just give us a little bit of an update, a status on this project, and how it's doing after the shoring up of this $352,000 that was spent.
Absolutely, Councilmember Ferguson. As the staff report indicates, this is a notice of completion for the emergency shoring that the city did at Mariposa Bridge. I know Kyle Koger and his Public Works team are working on the design of the new bridge, which also requires them to go to Coastal Commission for entitlements, et cetera. And also working with the homeowners upslope to look for a solution to help mediate the slope. We continue to have structural engineers do monthly inspections to maintain the integrity and the safety of the Mariposa Bridge. Kyle, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I was just going to say, this is actually closing out the emergency contract with the contractor. We're actually doing another contract with the same contractor to do some inspections going forward until the new bridge is built.
Okay, that's wonderful. So it's working. So the work that was done was successful. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other comment? Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. I wanted to pull this item as well, so it was already pulled, but I had a question regarding the slope. I appreciate that the work is completed and the bridge is stable. We've got a moving hill leaning against the bridge, and it may impact the new bridge if and when the new bridge is ever built. And I guess my question, Kyle, I wanted to ask you about the status of the hydrology reports regarding the stability of the slope and your efforts in dealing with the neighbors to have their cooperation in fixing their slope, which is impacting our bridge.
Thank you. I sent the HOA, the Buena Vista HOA, a letter in early March, just to, introduce myself. And I know the previous Public Works Director had been speaking to them about the issue. I've met with them several times. They're willing to help with the solution of the slope. I don't know how much funding they will have from their side. It might be something where, the city has to maybe has some funding to help regrade the slope. On another issue, the structural engineer is actually looking at raising the bridge. So when we put the new bridge in, we think we can raise it 3 feet and still meet ADA slopes. And we think we can move it at least a foot away from the existing slope, maybe further if we can change or retrofit the existing foundation. So we're looking at several things to where, no matter what happens with that slope, we should be in a lot better shape once the new bridge is built.
I appreciate the efforts that are done to build a bridge that minimizes the impact of the slope. My concern is if and when that hill moves, raising it 3 feet one way vertically and horizontally a foot is not going to protect that bridge. I'm really concerned about the hillside and making sure we have some solution there. I appreciate your negotiations. My concern, I'm just going to address this, I guess, to Eric as we move forward. My concern is that we don't get the cart before the horse, move down the road, have the bridge work done, and still have a moving hillside on our hands. So I really want to suggest and urge staff to focus as we go forward, to really focus on a solution for that moving hill so that that bridge, if and when it's built, will last more than 15 years.
Your message is very loud and clear, Councilmember Knobloch. In the event that the city can't come to a resolution with the homeowners on some type of fix. We will come back to the city council with an update and further direction requested. Take into consideration the design will probably take up to 2 years to get past Coastal Commission, just because they're a little bit backlogged. So it's going to take some time, but your message is very loud and clear. And if we can't get moving from the homeowners, we'll come back to the council and seek other options.
Thank you.
I have one follow-up, if I may.
Please.
Mayor, thank you. City Manager, so in the meantime, because it's new bridge, will be a while, do you have a maintenance schedule in place to maintain the Mariposa Bridge?
I'll let the Public Works Director answer that.
Okay,
So it is being inspected monthly, and anything that needs to be done, our contractor is taking care of as far as shoring or whatnot. So it's not in good shape, but we're watching it pretty closely.
okay. The shoring in addition to the actual physical bridge. Okay. And are we doing painting to maintain it even underneath for the weather?
No, we're just basically doing inspections, and if, we have to do some welding or that type of thing, we will.
We will. Okay, thank you.
I'll move we approve staff recommendations 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Motion by Knobloch, second by Mayor Pro Tem Duncan. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Final item on the consent calendar pulled by the mayor, contract award, school crossing guard services.
So I pulled this, and the reason why I pulled this is this is money well spent. We're approaching $300,000 in crossing guards at this point in time. Additionally, there's another $300,000 in the cost for a resource officer. So $600,000. This is escalating in price, in cost, I should say, to the city. I have significant concern on where this is going, and we get no relief from Capistrano Unified School District, and these are their students. I'm getting off topic just a little. The school resource officer provides security and law enforcement inside the school. And I would like to give direction to the city manager that we have a discussion with Capistrano Unified School District on how much crossing guards, security, and law enforcement is costing the city inside those schools.
Understood, Mayor. I know we already have a request as it relates to the SRO, the school resource officer, to meet with COSD, and we'll add this to the list for that meeting.
I'll second that. I'd like to broaden the discussion too, to see other ways we can safely get our kids to school that may not be already addressed here. There's no price tag. As father of 3 young kids in our elementary schools, on getting them safely and making sure we have crossing guards. There may be other locations where crossing guards are needed too. But I do second that. I think it's a worthwhile discussion.
I fear there are a few locations that are in need of crossing guards.
Yes.
In Talega, I know there's one at Cayuga Luna, so.
Can I add? I'm sorry.
Thanks. I just want to quickly say that I support this. I support finding some solution to the rising costs and so forth, and making sure coverage is there. But once the children leave Capo property, they're in the right of way, which is the city's liability. So we do need to always take that to concern.
Absolutely. And one other thing, additionally, not only do we have a problem with the cost, but there's also the addition, if we add additional crossing guards at some point in time, I think we have a labor issue as well. It's just not that,
Right.
that
Hard to find enough
that
people.
staff is just not there. Council member Ward.
Can I add to that request for the staff report, if council will indulge me? There are other ways of doing this without crossing guards that other districts have implemented, things like school trains, things like that. Parents get involved, but it's a definite program. And
Or
maybe
even
that's
school
something
buses.
to talk about with the school district, because this is getting, cost prohibitive. My other last point is, I'm a little afraid of approving this, that we don't have any update from Caltrans on the Vista Hermosa issue, because I thought we were going to be working with them because they have an issue with their design.
I agree with that. I don't think we can we can hold up this
No,
for
I
that,
agree.
but I agree we should go back and try to get some resolution on the design of that off ramp, which is very problematic.
That's going to be a major project with lots of funding involved. Where does Caltrans stand?
So I know that our Public Works Director, Kyle Koger, made Caltrans aware, but Kyle can correct me if I'm wrong, they did identify some design issues that they would like to reevaluate. I don't know what their timetable is. I'll defer to Kyle if he has.
It's
any
also my
updates.
understanding, these are design issues they knew from the very beginning when they put that intersection in, however many years.
I can't comment to that, but that may very well be the case.
Yes, please. One moment, Kyle.
Does your proposal or the proposals have been discussed include volunteer?
I think it's all inclusive.
When I was growing up in Maryland, we had a volunteer traffic patrol made up of students. And if we had PTA parents involved, part of the $300,000-$400,000 that we're incurring could go toward the cost of training, equipment, some sort of benefit even for these, as opposed to having public employees with union issues, with the pension issues and so forth. So I hope in that analysis, we look at volunteers, student and parent, with potentially a contribution by the city to a much smaller.
Just a
degree.
point of clarification, those are contract employees, they're not city employees.
Okay, contract with.
But nonetheless, they're still.
Councilman
expensive.
Novak, to your point, I think actually the school district may have access to other ideas like that and may have more information on that. So
And this
that's
is why
Yeah, I
we-
just want to make sure that component's
Very good.
included.
Okay, so in all the excitement, I forget where we are. We need a motion.
Well, you pulled it. Will you move the item?
I'll make a motion to move the item. Can I have a second?
Second,
Motion by James, second by No Block. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
And this is with the addition of the meeting.
It's 6:10.
Okay.
We're in,
We have no more.
we have.
No
Consent.
more pulled items for consent. We
We
can
can
move
move
reports to the end of the meeting. I know City Attorney Garibaldi does have one comment before recessing to closed session.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, please.
the city council is going to convene in closed session pursuant to items A, B, and C on the closed session agenda. On item A, the second case listed there is not needed for the closed session agenda and should be removed.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I don't think that mic is.
Can you
on.
say the title of the item?
Sure. So the second case listed under item A on the closed session agenda, which is City of St. Clemente versus Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor Agency in County of Orange, should be removed from the closed session agenda.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Is the
I don't
mic
know. Is
on?
my mic?
Can you?
I don't
can
think the
anybody
mic
hear?
is on for you. I don't think the mic is on for you.
Speak, if you could speak louder into the mic, I just couldn't hear you. And my hearing's not that great,
The
so.
mic is.
Figure.
Yeah, it's on.
It's
Is
on.
it- Can you hear it?
Yeah, it was just a little bit touchy.
Okay. For item A, the second case listed there will be removed from the closed session agenda.
Right. So
And
I'll make
I
a
have an
motion to go into
announcement.
closed session.
Excuse me, Kathleen. I have an announcement.
motion's
I
on
will
the-
be recusing myself from item A, the first item. It's a case name is Ferguson versus City of San Clemente. It's my public records lawsuit. So I will be recusing myself from that first item. So I appreciate you letting me know when that has concluded. Thank you.
And
So I have
there are no comments for closed
No
session.
comments
Okay.
for closed
I
session.
I have a motion by Ward,
Second.
second.
Uh,
All,
Under discretion, I just need to clarify. You said item C, all of item C is removed?
Item A, the second case.
Second.
City of San Clemente
City of San
versus
Clemente
Foothill
versus
Eastern
Foothill.
Okay.
Transportation.
TCA.
I totally misunderstood, but thank you very much for the clarification.
Motion by Ward, second by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor of
Aye.
recess?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. We're in recess until, we'll be back at, I'm trying to think if, yeah, we have enough time. We'll be Thank you. Okay, we have quorum. I don't know where. Do we have council members in there? Okay, we're going to proceed.
Oh, great. Excuse me, Mayor, could we consider moving up the 10F item due to the volume of folks here for, it appears to be for that item?
Let's go through. I was going to do that after special presentation.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm. Okay, city clerk, special presentations.
Yes, actually, the first item is closed session reports to the
Thank you.
attorney. City attorney's not here. Okay, come back to that. Special presentations. The first one is presentation by Chief Capobianco concerning the Orange County Fire Authority's Ready, Set, Go.
If he can find his way up.
And Rob, they all came for your presentation.
No pressure.
I don't blame them. It's going to be a good one. I'm not surprised you all came for this, but it's going to be long, so hopefully you have some time.
And city manager, before you go proceed, Rob, city manager, do we have more chairs we can bring in?
I will text staff. I know we're getting close to occupancy, but I will text staff.
And Rob, are we approaching occupancy limits at this point? Please go ahead.
I think we're just under it.
Okay, good.
Based on a quick head count.
Okay, I'm Rob Capobianco. I'm Division Chief with Orange County Fire. I work as a liaison for the city of San Clemente to our agency. Tonight, I've been asked to come down and talk a little bit about wildfire and the threat here in San Clemente, and especially with what we just saw at the coastal fire and some of the lessons that we learned. One of the biggest things that I can say is it's not if, but it's when wildfire hits San Clemente. So we all need to be aware of that. We need to prepare the best we can. But I am here to tell you that as individual homeowners, there's a lot we can do. There's a lot you can do to make both the city as well as us more successful with the next fire that comes through. Watching the coastal fire, there were a lot of things in place and a lot of things that were done right, but there were some things where we saw that maybe we could have made a bigger difference. We've got this program called Ready, Set, Go. And I'm going to say a couple of times to please visit our website, ocfa.org. And on there, there's a thing called Ready, Set, Go that has a lot of what I'm going to talk about in much more detail. And you can actually do some assessments on your own home. So I'm going to mention that a couple of times. But really what I'm going to concentrate on that Ready, Set, Go piece is just the ready. We're going to talk about set and go pretty quickly. But getting ready is where we're at today, before the fire hits, before we get into our big brush season, our wind season, September, October, November, and what you as homeowners can do. It's not geared towards the city or towards the HOAs because they've done a lot of their work. But what can we do as individual homeowners to make a difference? Next slide, please. So, with Ready, Set, Go, once again, what we've seen, and we'll see in a couple other slides, we've done a really good job with perimeter control in our communities. Those defensible spaces, the fuel modifications that you've seen put in around some of the newer communities in Talega, that 100-foot defensible space that allows us to put ourselves between the house and the fire and the flames that are coming in and give us a chance to put ourselves in there. But what we've seen over and over from the freeway fire back in the 2000s, early 2000s, to the Laguna fire in 93, to the large fires you've seen up north is ember cast. And that's the big thing I want to talk about tonight is ember cast. The majority of our homes are burning down because of embers that fly through our communities. When you look at the coastal fire, there were homes that caught fire that were three streets away from where the fire front was. And when we think of a large vegetation fire, we think of 200-foot flame lengths coming down on our homes. But what's catching homes on fire is the ember cast. Next slide, please. So a little basics on what could catch your house on fire. Number one, or the second one down there, we'll talk about first, direct flame impingement. So that's if you had no defensible space, there's no brush clearance around your house, and you literally had flames against your house. Direct flame impingement. We don't see a lot of that because so much fuel reduction. The city does a good job with their city lands. Their code enforcement does a great job of helping us with HOAs and private lands. and making sure that we have that 100-foot flame or fuel spacing. The other is radiant heat. Once again, that's when the fire is so close to your house that you're getting that, like when you put your hand next to a candle and you can feel that heat. That's where windows start breaking from excessive heat, and light combustibles start catching on fire. Once again, our communities and the city have done a good job with keeping the flames away. The last one is ember cast. Those embers can fly, especially on a Santa Ana wind-driven day. We can see ember cast a half a mile up to 2 miles away from the fire. And all those are small embers that are looking for combustibles, small areas to start. That home ignition zone is what we want to concentrate on right now. And that's 0 to 5 feet from your house. So imagine ember cast, and I've got some video, but it'll be a little hard to see on this video, but imagine embers being pushed by 60-mile-an-hour winds against your stucco siding house. They've got 2 places they can go. They can go up, and they're looking for your attic vents to get into, or they can fall down and land right at the base of your house. What do you have stored next to your house in that 0 to 5 foot area? Do you have mulch that you put in the planter? Do you have vegetation that is dried out? Do you have a boat or a jet ski stored up against your house with a cover on it that can catch fire? Or trash cans? Where do all of you keep your trash cans? I've got a video that will show that also, but talking about that 0 to 5 foot area that's up against your house. An RV stored up against your house. Firewood that you stored for winter time. A lot of times you store it up underneath the deck. My parents lost part of their house in the Laguna fire in '93. We had an overhanging deck, wood deck, and that's where all the kids stored their boogie boards and surfboards. My dad didn't want them in the garage. Overhanging wood deck, a whole bunch of combustibles underneath it. You get an ember cast that is looking for all of that. You get you get the deck that catches fire, and then two bedrooms and a bathroom burned from the Laguna fire. That's how we're losing our homes. It wasn't the fire front of the Laguna fire that hit. It's all those embers getting up underneath our storage areas. Plastic, storage containers from Home Depot that have a lot of gaps in it, that you store your paint and all your garden supplies and the stuff you don't want in your garage. That up against a house, underneath windows or underneath attic vents. That's how houses are catching fire. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit hard to see. What you'll see, if I'll explain it first before we play. On the right is a house during the coastal fire. This was across the street from the fire front. We happened to have guys that were driving by. And if there's a little bit better on the lighting, you could see that there's a lot of embers crossing the street. There's a fire on the side of the house. We happened to be coming by and we're able to extinguish the small fire. If we weren't there, it would have been a very different story. If you look to the left, it's hard to see, but that's a bent over, burned out air conditioning unit. In a very small pile underneath it is a pile of plastic, which is their trash can. So I don't know if the lid was open on their trash can. I know that come close to trash day, you usually can't close my trash cans because we don't break down our boxes well enough, so they're always open. But that trash can caught fire, and on the second floor were some windows. That's how homes catch fire. Next slide, please. You're probably not going to be able to see this, but I'll play it anyway. So this, once again, was a coastal fire. And if we had a truly dark room, you'll see when it zooms up, that entire sky is full of embers. If you can see any in this, you can probably multiply it by 100. All those embers, and if you look at what we're doing, it's a little hard to see, but firefighters are literally putting water, not on the fire, but on the attic vents to keep fire and embers from getting inside and intruding into that house. But to explain it again, if you saw any embers whatsoever, it was 10-fold, 100-fold more. Sky is filled with those embers coming across. All right, next fire, please. Next fire, next slide. That's what I do for a living. Okay, so once again, we're still in the ready, set, go piece. A quick overview, harden your home. That's what you guys need to do. And assume that there's not going to be a fire engine in front of every house. these fires. Here in Orange County, we're not gonna have a fire that's gonna burn for a month like they do in Northern California. Our fires start, and within, the Laguna fire was over within 12 hours. It hits a community. We don't have large open space where fire is gonna burn for weeks. It'll be a rapid fire that's gonna hit and be within homes very quickly. As we work hard to get our resources here, we're very resource thick compared to the rest of the country and the rest of the world. But harden your home to give us a chance to make a difference there. And a lot of it is, there's some things that cost money, and there's a lot of it is just a different way of thinking. Think of that first 5 feet up against your house. Make sure that you're not storing things. Remember trash cans, RVs, wave runners, my surfboards, that kind of thing. Move those things, the storage containers, away from the house. Your roof and rain gutters. I think we're really good here at getting up maybe twice a year up on your roof and clearing your rain gutters before the rainy season. Right now, I would assume that 90% of our rain gutters, because we haven't had rain in so long, we're not thinking of rain gutters. So they're full of pine needles and leaves. You get those embers that are landing on your roof, they end up in your rain gutters. You now have fire all through your rain gutters. Many of them are vinyl plastic rain gutters, and they're now getting up underneath your eaves. That's what's going to catch your house on fire. The eaves of your house, the recommendation you'll see on there is to close in your eaves. Remember, those embers hit the side of your house. Some go up, some go down, and they're looking for nooks and crannies to get in and start those fires. Vents, the attic vents in your house. So this is one of those things where fire codes, and really all of our city codes, but fire codes continue to improve over time. A house that is built today is going to be significantly more fire resistant than a house built 40 years ago, or even the last fire code update, it says 2017. One thing that we saw in the freeway fire in the early 2000s is all of a sudden we turn around behind us and there were fires starting in attics of these homes. So back then, all of your attic spaces have vents, and there's a screen that they put inside those vents. Back then, the fire code was 1/4 inch. Now we've realized that 1/4 inch is too large. Your fire code now is 1/8 inch. So although it will take some effort and some cost, but to change your attic vent screens to 1/8 inch makes a significant difference on those attic fires that we're seeing. And we see a lot of them. When those fire codes changes, they don't go retroactive. So if somebody were to build a house today, the current fire code is what is applied to it. But it doesn't mean that us as homeowners can't look at those advancements in fire codes, and especially some of them that aren't large dollar items, we can go through and make some of those changes. The exterior of your house, a lot of San Clemente is older, like a lot of where I grew up. We had a lot of wood siding. We don't see so much shake siding anymore, but there's still a lot of wood siding. So non-combustible siding to homes, decks and patio covers, non-combustible, especially like my house was, not enclosed underneath a wood deck. So like I said, some of those items are pretty expensive, and I'm going to talk a little more about the change in the way we think. But even fences, a lot of you, everybody has a fence around their houses. Most of them are wood fences. But where it's important, if your fence were to catch on fire, is those 5 feet between the fence and your house. So can that 5-foot gap where it connects to your house, can that change to a metal or wrought iron or a aluminum fence to where you don't have combustibles right against your house that will catch fire and get up onto the eaves? Trees, shrubs, and plants, we've harped on that for years. I'm not going to waste a lot of time, but thinning, removing dead and dying vegetation. Think of where quarter-size embers are looking to land, and even larger ones on a real windy day, where they're looking to land and what you're storing in that area. Next slide, please. So we missed. Okay, so one more thing on ready before we move on. And it talks a little bit here on the set. So ready is what we do today before the fire. Set is, okay, a fire started, it may reach my house. I may have a half hour, I may have an hour. What can I do to get set? What do I need to grab? So these I'm going to go through quick, but that ready piece, which is on our website, is really what I wanted to harp today, because we can make a big difference just by the way we think. But getting set, once again, the big things we've always harped, escape routes, assume that all of your family is not going to be home when this starts. So have your rendezvous points or your predetermined locations. Think of your 6 Ps, people and pets. A lot of times people will leave their pets saying, I'm just going to go for an hour. Assume that when an area is evacuated, like the coastal fire, because you had so many homes within homes that were not damaged, it still takes a long time to make that area safe. Bring your pets with you. Your important papers, your documents, your birth certificates, marriage certificates, that kind of thing. Remember to bring your prescriptions with you. Once again, plan on being out of your house for a couple of days if you do evacuate. Pictures are irreplaceable. Most of those are on our computer now, so that goes with the other one, a PC. That's actually the next. Oh, no, you're good. I'm sorry. Go back. Sorry. And then plastic, as in credit cards or cash. Bring your money with you. The 6 Ps we talk about, plan on being self-reliant and plan on being out of your house for a while. Okay. Now you're on the one I'm ready. When you see that the fire is coming, what can you do to your house to make it, to harden your house? Pull your trash cans away, put them on the curbside. Your patio furniture, where do we all store our patio furniture in the winter so that it doesn't get as damaged and we're not using it? We pull it up underneath the house. On the coastal fire, we had a chair that was pushed up against the house. I noticed it up underneath the window, but they pulled the cushions off. So it just had the vinyl, the plastic strands across the bottom. Those caught fire, burned, it stained the stucco, but there wasn't a lot of fuel to continue the fire. Talking to the homeowner the next day, she said, actually, that window was open. We always leave that window open. If that fire happened and the cushions were on it, we probably would have lost that house 3 streets away from the fire. On the back side of the house, embers came in. And so pull your patio furniture, have a pool, throw the patio furniture in the pool, let the kids get it out the next day. Pull your boat further away from the house. Don't leave water running. It takes away from water that we're going to be using. You can connect your hoses, but don't leave the water running. Sometimes we will, for something small, we'll use your hose. Shut your windows. Last time my wife, we had a fire close to my house. We have a window that we have open 365 days a year. I said, did it ever cross your mind to close that window? She goes, I never would have thought of that. Close your windows. It makes a huge difference. So those are those things to where we can make a big difference that don't cost anything. It's a change in mindset. Move combustibles away from your house. So that's the set. And then the go part is know when to go. Don't wait for us to tell you to go. The sheriffs have an evacuation plan that we work and we train on consistently on how those evacuations are going to work. Don't wait for us to evacuate you. Leave early. Some people need to leave earlier than others. Don't plan on fighting this fire with a hose on your roof. Leave early. One of the things that happens to people is a lot of time all of a sudden we're bouncing in front of the fire from house and community to community, street to street, trying to stay in front of the fire. And once we pull in, we may pull in with 5 or 10 engines, and all of a sudden you can no longer get out of your driveway. Once we put it in pump and pull hose lines, we're not moving that fire engine. So you're going to be sheltering in place with us. So get out early. The sheriffs will come through. We actually had one person that called the fire department and said, hey, do I need to evacuate? The sheriffs are knocking on my door to tell us to evacuate. I think that's pretty explanatory, but that's what goes, they wanted to hear it from the fire department, and we are better than the sheriffs. I keep telling them that. So, so get out early. Don't wait to be told. Get out early, get your stuff, and then let us come in there and do what we need to do. The coastal fire, we lost a lot of homes, but nobody was hurt and nobody was killed. There's a huge success in that with how fast that fire moved. So last slide, I think it is. So in conclusion, I'm going to tell you again, and it should be somewhat easy to remember, at ocfa.org. brings you directly to a website there. But if you go onto ocfa.org and you move into Ready, Set, Go, you have a couple of options. One, we do a free home inspection, completely non-binding. By no means do we come out saying you have to now re-roof your house and change your siding, and we have a work order. We come out, we can evaluate, our people that are trained to do it can come out and evaluate your homes for free. And it's 100% just a recommendation. Very few people take us up on it because they think that we're going to mandate them to change the way that they maintain or do or their house. We're not going to retroactively go after the fire code. We would love to come out, make recommendations on lessons that we've learned over the years. Or the other option is if you go on there, there's actually a self-test you can take, and it literally runs you through with how your what's on your roof, if it's combustible or not. Talks about your rain gutters. It talks about vegetation around your house and storage. You can go through a home assessment by yourself on that website. So please go to that. There's a phone number to call. There's an email to call. It's all up there. We can do it for you. You can do it by yourself. And there is a ton of videos. There's a tons of things that you as an individual homeowner can do for little or no cost that can make enormous differences. That's kind of all I have tonight. I'm sure you're upset that it's not longer, but that's all I've got. I told you everything I know.
Thank you, Rob.
Prior to turning this over to council members to ask Chief Capobianco questions, I want to point out that here in this part of Orange County, we are extraordinarily fortunate to have Rob Capobianco as our chief in this area. And he was just recently honored by OCFA as Chief of the Year.
You weren't supposed to bring that up.
And Rob, by the way, I was the only council member that was there for that.
You were there to support me. I'll give you that.
Councilmember Ferguson.
No, just congratulations. I didn't know that or hear about it, so I'm really happy to hear we have the best chief around.
That's right.
Thank you.
Mr. Noblock.
No questions. Great presentation. Thank you.
No questions. Nice to see you, and I'll see you Thursday.
Sounds good.
Hey, look forward to spreading the word further about this, Rob, with you in the
Great.
community.
And I really don't have a question for you, Rob. I just want to emphasize to everyone that's here, we need to listen to this. We need to be ready today because we don't know if there's going to be a fire tomorrow or not. And let's get all, if there is and we have to evacuate, when the sheriff comes around and says, leave, please, please, please leave. And be prepared with your documents, your pets and all that. A Pet Project Foundation is here somewhere, so they will concur with that. So thank you, Rob.
Thank you for the time.
City Clerk.
Next is a presentation of certificates of recognition in honor of staff accomplishments. Recreation Supervisor Melissa Morera, Memorial Day 2022 event. Recreation Coordinator Wendy Ann Fernandez, in recognition of her excellence in planning many special events in San Clemente, including holidays and summer concerts. And Ocean Lifeguard Supervisor Nick Shield for successful water rescue that resulted in life saving.
I always ask the city clerk to economize the words. They don't. So nonetheless, the City of San Clemente Certificate of Recognition presented to Melissa Maria. The City of San Clemente has hosted an annual Memorial Day event to observe the national holiday and recognize the many fallen heroes who have fought for our everyday freedom. And on Monday, May 30th, 2022, the Beaches Park and Rec Department held its annual Memorial Day observation event at the community center, where it featured honorees and dignitaries, with highlighted the importance of Memorial Day. And the special community event is organized by a committee of community members. It is implemented under the leadership of Recreation Supervisor Melissa Mural. And the 2022 annual observance provide for the somber setting in which hundreds of San Clemente residents, first responders, and visitors joined in honoring these fallen heroes. On behalf of the City Council, I, Mayor Gene James, commend Supervisor Melissa Mural and on her commitment to excellence in service to the City of San Clemente, its military families, and community members. Signed, Gene James, Mayor. Where are you? You know, it was, for those of you that were there, it was an amazing event. So thank you, Melissa. City of San Clemente certificate recognition presented to Wendy Ann Fernandez. The Recreation Division is comprised of 15 full-time employees who are dedicated to providing quality services to recreation programs and events. And it takes a team of creative and innovative employees to implement year-round programs and events, ranging from aquatics to after-school programs. And today, we recognize Recreation Coordinator Wendy Ann Fernandez for enthusiastically contributing her talent and strengths to implement quality recreational activities. Ms. Fernandez planned the city's holiday event and summer concerts while adding new events that have become family favorites, including Spooky San Clemente and Sunsets with Santa. Ms. Fernandez was instrumental in the implementation of the Fun in the Run mobile recreation program, Goal Zone Sports, and Halftime Happenings, which engaged a facet of the community that was otherwise uninvolved. On behalf of the City Council, I, Mayor Gene James, commend Ms. Fernandez for her service to the City of San Clemente and its residents by providing valuable and beloved events and programming that supported the quality of life that exemplifies San Clemente. Signed, Gene James, Mayor.
I just want to say one more thing. If you don't know, Wendy Ann's going to be leaving us for greener pastures, and that's she's going to be very, very sorely missed, especially for those concerts. And you will be sorely missed, Wendy Ann, but on to new adventures. So congratulations and good luck.
City of San Clemente, certificate of recognition presented to Nick Shield. On June 5th, 2022, Ocean Supervisor Nick Shield answered a call reporting a 911 call from Capistrano Shores of a swimmer in distress and possibly actively drowning at the north end of the mobile homes. Neither Tower 14 lifeguard nor Tower 0 could get a visual on the victim. Supervisor Shield immediately reacted by responding code 3 to the area by ATV. Once in Capistrano Shores, Shields was flagged down by a person asking for help. Shield immediately went off the air at the scene and responded to the distressed swimmer who was at the head of the ripped current. Shield effectively rescued a 10-year-old boy who had been struggling for approximately 30 minutes. hoping that someone would soon find him and rescue him. Upon returning to the beach, the family gave Shield a very emotional thank you. Of course they did. On behalf of the City Council, I, Mayor Gene James, commend and honor Supervisor Nick Shield for his quick response to an emergency that was outside the regular area of San Clemente City Lifeguard Services, resulting in saving the life of a young boy. Thank you, Nick Shield, for your service to the San Clemente community.
It is 7:30, which is the time certain for the public hearing. So it is 7:30, which is the time certain for the public hearing. That item is a public hearing to consider adopting resolution ordinance authorizing the implementation of a community choice aggregation program.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Jennifer Savage, Assistant to the City Manager. I will give a brief overview of what is in your staff report. We have a short PowerPoint, and then we also have the CEO from the Clean Energy Alliance online with us tonight to answer any questions. And next slide, please.
If I may really quick interject, if we could close that door just so we could hear during the hearing, it would be much appreciated. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So the City Council has discussed community choice energy a few times, but more recently, City Council authorized phase 1 of a feasibility study. And during the presentation of that feasibility phase 1, directed engagement with the Clean Energy Alliance, who has a few cities already as members in the North San Diego area under San Diego Gas and Electric. In January 2022, staff requested the data from SDG&E, and Clean Energy Alliance did their analysis and presented that analysis to the subcommittee in April. Last week, we held a community workshop on community choice energy with a great overview of Clean Energy Alliance. Next slide, please. Some brief background points. They formed in 2019 with 3 member cities. They launched service of those cities in 2021. In 2021, 2 cities elected to become members, and their service would actually launch in 2023. This year, Vista and Oceanside have voted to join. Their service would not launch until 2024. Next slide, please. CEA, or Clean Energy Alliance, has a high customer participation rate. Right now, it's about 90% across their member cities. They offer 3 different power products. Tonight is not the night that City Council, if you choose to implement clean community choice energy, would choose the power product or the default. It would come back to City Council at a later date. Next slide, please. Benefits of community choice energy. The first one is local control, and specifically that a council member would be part of the board for CEA and thus be directly impacting the decisions, including procurement of energy. That council member would be seated with the CEA board later this year if the City Council chooses to implement community choice energy. In addition, there'd be 2 seats on the Community Advisory Committee, and those seats would come from members of the San Clemente community. No additional city staff resources are required. Next slide, please. Some additional benefits. Aligns with our general plan. Specifically, I have noted here 2 goals, but there are some policies as well in our general plan that talk about reducing consumption of non-renewable energy and decreasing our reliance on fossil fuels. And lastly, they CEA offers competitive rates to those provided by SDG&E. Next slide, please. The fiscal impact to join would be up to $50,000. However, up to $50,000, and this cost is associated with the amendment to CEA's implementation plan that's reviewed by the CPUC. The last one costs about $14,000 and was split between two cities. With Vista and Oceanside joining at the same time that San Clemente could possibly join, that potential fee is greatly reduced. In addition, those costs would be reimbursed. Next slide, please. Moving forward, there would be some adoptions if you choose to elect to do so by San Clemente. Then the CEA board, they would amend their implementation plan, submit it to the CPUC. If approved, our service would launch in April of 2024. Next slide, please. This evening, you have two recommended actions. One is introducing an ordinance authorizing implementation of the program. And the second one is approving a resolution doing three things: appointing a council member to the board, appointing an alternate, and authorizing execution of the JPA. This concludes staff presentation. Again, Barbara Boswell, CEO of Clean Energy Alliance, is online if you have any questions, and staff is also available. Thank you.
Will she be doing a presentation or just questions?
She is here for Q&A.
Council members.
Do we take public comments? First.
Oh, we got to open a public hearing. Public hearing is open. Public comments.
I don't have any cards.
None?
Oh. We do. I'll name the first three. Leslie Fitch, followed by Donna Vidrine, followed by Rick Leffler.
Mayor, before we take public comment, I have an issue with my computer screen. Can I ask staff to please come out to help me with that?
Ryan, do you have anyone?
Good evening. My name is Leslie Fitch, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. I want to thank the council for the work they've done on researching community choice energy. I brought a map. This is something that I found today. It's the California Energy Exchange map. The green areas represent all the counties in California that have already adopted community choice plans. That represent 11 million customers that are getting cleaner power and are able to get it through their city. Currently, renewable clean power is available to the grid, but SDG&E is not making it available to every customer. I went to their website and I looked up clean power, but guess what? I can't choose that plan because I have solar power on my roof. Why is that? Would anyone from SDG&E like to address that? The truth is they are a monopoly. They are beholden to their shareholders, not to customers. This map also shows Orange County. It's down here, it's orange. It represents an area where some action has already taken place, but has not been fully adopted. Let's help Orange County become green by joining a Clean Energy Alliance by 2024. Thank you.
My name is Donna Vidrine. As a San Clemente resident, homeowner, and advocate for cleaner, renewable energy choice, I fully support the ordinance and resolution being proposed and discussed tonight. Agenda item 8A. The benefits include the use of renewable energy with competitive rates for us and economic opportunity for San Clemente. The financial analysis using our city's 2021 SDG&E data shows a demonstrated savings for the average San Clemente household using 100% renewable energy. SDG&E average monthly bill using 31% renewable energy forecast to be $150, compared with Clean Energy Alliance forecasted average monthly bill of $149 using 100% renewable energy. This proposed project is consistent with our city's natural resources goal of reducing consumption of non-renewable energy sources and to ensure efficient use, development, and conservation of sustainable, non-polluting energy sources. We have the opportunity here to reduce our energy costs, invest in renewable energy, and transition to clean energy sources. Now is the time to improve our economy, protect public health, and protect our planet for future generations. Let us take meaningful action tonight towards building a clean energy economy. Thank you.
Rick Leffler, followed by Celine Lawrence, followed by Krista Martin.
Good evening. This topic is, to me, a little bit confusing in that you read about the pros and cons, and sometimes you can argue both ways. The main thing is that there's been no long track record of any community that has used it. There's been a lot of people that have signed up, and most residential communities haven't even started using it. But that being said, this is what we're all going to have to go to. SDG&E has been clear that they're kind of getting out of the delivery business at some point. And so we are going to be in a community energy program at some time. I look at the cities that have already signed up for it, and it's kind of clear that this is the direction they're going. And even if we haven't done our due diligence, other cities, I believe, have. I have a close friend that's a city councilman in Carlsbad. He's probably going to be the next mayor. And I know him to be an intelligent guy that wouldn't have voted for this had he not done his due diligence and thought it was best for his community. So if you vote for this, I think we're going to start on it, and that's great. We know what we've got right now. 5 years down the line, when we finally have to go to it, maybe we won't be able to join local communities like Carlsbad and Oceanside. Maybe we'll be forced to, they say, well, there's one up in Fresno you're going to have to join. And who knows what the cost is going to be at that time. I don't think energy prices are going to go lower. So if you don't vote for it tonight, we're kind of kicking it down the road, I think. It's something that's inevitable. So that's kind of what I've kind of put together, is that we're going to be doing it. And I think at least we now have control a little bit of how we implement this. We know we get a city a seat on the board of whatever community we join, which will be nice. I know right now SDG&E, how many places do we have on their board? I think it's 0 pretty much. So we should be able to have some more control of how we get our energy, how we utilize it. And like I say, you don't vote for it for tonight. I respect that, but we're kicking it down the road to somebody else. So thanks a lot.
Celine Lawrence.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Celine Lawrence, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. I'm not here today to reiterate the benefits of CCE. Today, I'm just here to state that the decision before you boils down to this: choice. You are voting to allow San Clemente residents and businesses the choice to be served by CEA. If my peers in this town choose to stay with SDG&E, they absolutely can. No one's obligating them to choose otherwise. But for the rest of us who would rather be served by an organization whose entire mission is to help us lower rates, and that is democratic by having board seats from our city on it, they're transparent, and they design programs to serve our needs, that's our right to be able to do that. And Clean Energy Alliance, that's their mission. That's not the mission of SDG&E. This is about consumer choice and allowing San Clemente residents the choice on where our ratepayer funds are invested. Furthermore, SDG&E has publicly, repeatedly, and on record stated that they're seeking to exit the power procurement business as soon as possible, which leaves us beholden to some state agency, perhaps, maybe up in Sacramento, far away, making decisions about our rates, as opposed to a local fiscally conservative organization that would represent us. It would be a true disservice to the citizens that you represent to not allow us that option. Also, with regard to the concept of risk, I'd like to remind the council that nothing in life that's good, worthwhile, and innovative comes without risk. If every decision we made involved a 0% risk calculation, we would be in a constant state of paralysis, never moving forward and always being left behind. The very minimal risk that's involved with this is clearly understood and calculated. CEA staff are industry experts in this field, and they're charged with the task of protecting us as ratepayers, unlike SDG&E. I just want to close with saying that this is my home. I love San Clemente. I love my neighbors. It's so wonderful to see FAM so beautifully represented here tonight. Brings a smile to my face. And the reason that I support this program is because I know it will benefit our community, not only now, but as we grow into the future. So I ask this esteemed council tonight to please vote yes for consumer choice on behalf of the citizens that you represent. Thank you.
Krista Martin, followed by Garrett Bean, followed by Lee Van Slyke.
Hi, my name is Krista Martin, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. I'm here today to voice my support of Community Choice Energy and the Clean Energy Alliance. We have an incredible opportunity to offer our community safe, reliable, 100% renewable energy. Not only will this help us to reduce carbon emissions, but San Clemente will also be providing customers another energy choice at competitive rates to SDG&E. I welcome the added competition in the marketplace and the upside potential for proceeds to be directed back into our community through energy program incentives and rebates. Most importantly to me and my family, we will be taking a proactive step towards addressing climate change. I urge you to vote in favor of joining the CEA. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Garrett Bean. I'm also a resident of San Clemente. I'm here to speak in favor of joining CEA tonight. I believe it's in the best choice of our city, our community, our residents, our businesses, and everyone in this room tonight. I have witnessed the city council and the city staff do a lot of due diligence throughout the last year and a half or so as this has slowly been inching forward. So I'm glad to see where it is today. I think the decision and what's on our docket tonight is very important because we're choosing one of the most, or hopefully choosing one of the most experienced staffs in community choice energy. The reason I say that is the CEO was at the onset of this kind of revolution in California that we've now seen, as we heard before, over 11 million residents and over 30 to 40 cities and counties join. It is about taking our control back as a city, making sure we protect our city and give that city the choice of either joining Clean Energy Alliance or staying with San Diego Gas and Electric. I think we've seen the challenges that San Diego Gas and Electric has faced over the years. I'm excited about the opportunity to take back control and put it in the community's hands and be represented by the city of San Clemente. So with that, I urge you to continue to support joining the Clean Energy Alliance and hopefully see this move forward. Thank you very much.
After Lee Van Slyke will be Tony Hayes, followed by Judy Jones, followed by Tyler Bowden.
My name is Lee Van Slyke. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. I'm here to speak in favor of the project and only to say that I have heard this characterized as capitalism versus local government. And it's not. The existing status quo is a huge statewide bureau. It's an interstate bureaucracy. It's this massive bureaucracy. It has nothing to do with capitalism and competitive rates and stuff. And we really need to get local control back. It's all about which size bureaucracy do you want? A great big one that you have no control over, or a local one you can talk to the people and make some decisions. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tony Hayes. I'm a resident of San Clemente. I just want to say very few words in favor of joining the CEA, because people have already spoken pretty eloquently on this topic. And so there's not much more than I can add to it, except to make a couple of comments that the numbers that Donna Vidrine quoted earlier are actually SDG&E's own numbers, that it is a lot cheaper to buy renewable energy from the CEA than from SDG&E. So I look forward to you voting in favor of joining CEA. That's all I have to say.
Judy Jones, followed by Tyler Bowden.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am Judy Jones, a 26-year resident of San Clemente and an active person in a number of energy-related groups in San Clemente. So I did want to note that I attended the San Clemente workshop last week on the community choice energy and appreciated our 2 council members who were there. I also tried to skim some of the attachment to the agenda item. It's only 122 pages, so I only went to 25 of them, which is actually where there's a community choice, aggregation, options, risks, and benefits for the city of San Clemente. So I thought that was relatively important. And here's a summary of some of the things that I don't know whether everybody has said already or not. But as a fan of transparency and choice, and as an opponent of monopolies, community choice energy, CCE, is a definite winner. The local control and participation of city council and community members gives San Clemente a voice at the table. In addition to the ongoing local control, our participation now will give us input into setting up how the alliance will operate, as that's their major task coming up. San Clemente citizens and San Clemente as a city will have choices to opt in and out, and no one is required to join. Participants in the alliance will give San Clemente citizens, not utility shareholders, money back when there are profits from the sale of electricity, and the money goes to community energy improvements. This Exhibit 3 that I read of the staff analysis talked a lot about the California history of CCA since its inception in 2002. Some major points: San Clemente is probably too small to do a CCA independent CCA. And San Francisco and San Jose, 2 very large cities, are the only 2 who are really doing it all on their own. It is also easier to join a group working with the same energy utility, which is one reason why the CEA Alliance in San Diego with SDG&E was selected. Of course, there's a cost savings, and maybe not, because the price of energy will vary, and the history has shown sometimes there is a loss. And I really appreciated when the CEO of
Thank you very
Clean
much.
Energy Alliance
Thank you.
told us that too.
Thank you.
Please support it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tyler Bowden, resident of San Clemente. First off, I just want to commend this council and the staff for all the hard work you've put into getting us this far in community choice energy, which will give everyone in San Clemente the freedom to choose whether we as individuals want to stay with SDG&E or go with a competitive option. So what I'm asking tonight is very simply is for you to give us the liberty to choose our electric provider rather than keeping us stuck with a state mandated monopoly that we have no control over. Hundreds of other cities and counties across California, including most of San Diego County, have already made the switch to community choice energy. And with each new city that makes the switch, it's becoming more and more clear that investor-owned utilities like SDG&E will not be in the procurement providers of the future. SDG&E has made it clear that they want out of the power procurement game. So who will fill that role for us once they're out? The question we should be asking ourselves is, do we want to have a say in that matter? And the answer, of course, is, heck yeah, we do. And community choice energy is our way of doing that. It will help us take back control and oversight from Sacramento and San Francisco so that we can make decisions locally that are in the best interest of ourselves and our pocketbooks. Why wouldn't we want to give ourselves that choice? Like I said, SDG&E wants out, so let's get ahead of this before Sacramento comes up with a statewide procurement provider that again we have no control over. Which would you prefer? I, for one, would rather have Gene or Laura or Kathy or Steve or Chris making decisions that impact my electric rates than any one of the folks up in Sacramento, San Francisco that are doing it right now. You care about San Clemente residents way more than they do. This isn't about going green for me. This is about taking ownership and giving ourselves an alternative that has our best interest at heart. Getting into CEA now, along with Oceanside and Vista, who have already voted to approve this, means we'll have a maximum investment as a city of $17,000, which will be refunded within 3 years. That's $17,000 to give our residents access to a competitive electric provider that we have direct oversight in. And if people like SDG&E better, they can always go back for about $1 processing fee. This is a no-brainer, folks. Now, not all CCAs are created equal, as we have seen in the news, but the one we're looking to join is about as fiscally conservative as they come, and that's exactly what we want here in San Clemente. They're lean, smart, professional, and focused on the goal of rates that are 2% less than SDG&E, which is literally in their bylaws. Clean Energy Alliance is doing this business right, and the results of lower rates than SDG&E are already showing. So if we know the Clean Energy Alliance is the best option for us, and we know that we won't have any better opportunity in the future to get into a program like this, why would we not take this opportunity right now? Council, I humbly ask for your vote to support my freedom and all of our freedom to choose our electric provider. Thank you very much.
I received an accommodation request from Sharon Williams to read her comments, so I'll do that. I, along with a number of other hardworking community members, have been working to educate and gain forward momentum on community choice energy here in San Clemente for years now. I'm thrilled to see the time has finally come for San Clemente City Council to vote and essentially pass CCE. But what I find deeply concerning is the dishonest and misleading statements Chris Duncan has made about community choice energy and the progress made here. On January 17, 2022, Chris Duncan stated, "I also persuaded the City Council, including 2 climate change deniers at San Clemente City Council, to unanimously vote for community choice energy. We are going to join the Clean Energy Alliance down in North San Diego." On January 20th, a few days later, he made the same statement, both times in effort to win local Democratic Club endorsements. I know these statements were made as I witnessed them myself. But as we can all see, those statements aren't true, as CCE wasn't unanimously voted for. And while I do hope we join Clean Energy Alliance in San Diego, the council has not voted to do so yet. So Chris, I hope it serves as a reminder that people are paying attention to your false claims, and such lies are very damaging to the work many have done for years, and also a reflection of poor character. I think it's also worth reminding you that when you lie to the community you are hoping to represent, you take from each and every one of them. You take away their right, ability, and opportunity to make decisions based in truth. We all, regardless of party affiliation, deserve honest leadership at the very least. Sharon Williams, San Clemente resident. And the next speaker is Amanda.
Council members, I'm so glad that the former Ms. Williams submitted this letter, her letter. I'm in opposition of the city in implementing choice energy as a member of the Clean Energy Alliance. I think there should have been a thorough, more public outreach where everybody was included, like a town hall meeting. Unfortunately, I was not privy to this meeting, and I spoke with one of the city council members, and this person was basically just informed the day before. However, when I listened to local control, and it brings me back to the GPA days of the TCA and how difficult it was for representation, and you get one vote. This would be a JPA that would be in San Diego County. And this is a big, huge problem. It took us years to go out of the GPA. And I certainly am in opposition of this. Additionally, when I heard months ago that Mayor Pro Tem Duncan was at a Democratic events and basically saying that he, trying to take credit for this, it really is a concern. And I think that we really need to postpone this after the election, because I certainly wouldn't want Chris Duncan as a candidate for assembly for the 74th district to take credit for this. I think we need to wait on this, have more of a public outreach, and then after the election, after November, let's discuss it, and where there's no personal interest involved. And I think that would be the best route to go right now. I'm very pleased that another resident brought this forward to my attention, and one other resident wasn't able to, had to leave early, but she would have been able to talk about this matter. But I think right now, in our best interest, that we need to wait until the election is over. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I don't have any more cards.
No more cards?
No. Any more speakers?
Any more speakers? Public hearing is closed. Council members.
Thanks. I have a question of consultant Ms. Boswell. Hi, Ms. Boswell. Boswell, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
CEO.
Hi, CEO of the CEA. Yeah, so I'm very concerned about a couple things with this CCA and our own consultant report that this council commissioned. We paid about $5,000. Got a good report. It's in this agenda report tonight. But two things stand out is that to enter a CCA, you want to make sure it's competitive, right, or cost less. But our own consultant said that many CCAs current rates are higher than those offered by utilities. That's number one, cost. And they are coming in higher. Although a speaker tonight said the one that staff is recommending we consider joining comes in 2% less. And then secondly, the prime motivation of some CCAs, our consultant said, was of course to meet local climate action goals. And we know that the state of California has very progressive environmental policies, which is good for our climate. And aggressive goals with meeting that as well. But they've also in the state legislature have mandated that retail utilities also utilize renewable power, right? And they have to do that up to 60% by 2030. So they're already heading that direction, right? As already to get the clean energy. So what is your comment on that in terms of then us entering a whole nother bureaucracy and more costs if we're already going to get that and not save much money?
Thank you for your question, and good evening, Mayor James, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, and council members. Thank you for having me. With regards to the report that talked about cost and bill comparisons, the consultant is correct. There are times where an overall bill under a being served by a CCA, the costs are lower, and there are other times that the costs may be higher. Those are driven by a couple of factors. One is with regards to the exit fees that are charged by the utility to customers who leave the utility and take service under a CCA. And if you look at the actual rates that CCAs are charging for the actual electricity, they're generally always lower. What impacts the customer bill is the exit fees that are charged by the utilities and would be charged by SDG&E. Based on our analysis of San Clemente's customer usages, looking at our current rates, SDG&E's current rates, and projected exit fees, we do, the bill comparison does show a savings, but we can't guarantee that there will be a savings every year. Our JPA does have a goal to achieve a 2% savings on generation costs, and we take that into account when we set our rates and when we set our budgets, and we have successfully achieved that. But we also have to set rates that recover our costs, because our members are not financially obligated to cover our costs. We must be independent and we raise sufficient revenue to cover our costs. With regards to renewable energy and the renewable energy goals, you are correct. The state has set renewable energy goals that all utilities must achieve, and that includes Clean Energy Alliance. We do voluntarily exceed the minimum requirements of the state by setting our minimum renewable energy power supply at a minimum 50%. And our goal is to achieve 100% by 2035.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Noblock.
Well, I share the same concerns that Laura expressed regarding the cost. I've heard that some of these organizations have actually increased on a pretty regular basis. The costs go up, not down, although the goal is to have less expensive energy, but the reality is it tends to go up. That's a concern to me. If individuals want to pay more, that's pretty much their business. But I wanted to ask about this exit fee. My concern is that fee is not fixed, it's not permanent, and that fee could become very large and trap someone into an energy contract that they may not be able to get out of it at a reasonable cost. So Barbara, maybe you could talk a little bit about that exit fee and the possibility of modifications, and are there limits on it?
Thank you for your question. So the exit fee is, as you mentioned, set annually. San Diego Gas and Electric goes through a process, a rate setting process at the Public Utilities Commission, where that fee is set, and it is set for to be set for a calendar year. I can tell you that the fees do change. In some years, it has gone up from one year to the next. Other years, it has gone down. In recent years, it has been going down. It's really driven by what the current market is for electricity. And the reason that the fee is charged is that SDG&E has entered into contracts on behalf of the residents and businesses who are now leaving to take service from a community choice energy program. So SDG&E must then liquidate those, sell those contracts on the market, because they don't have customers that they're selling that electricity to. So as the market goes up and the price of electricity goes up, they can get a higher return, and they may need no money. And in fact, for next year, there are some groups that are projecting a negative exit fee because they're getting a higher return on those contracts than what they have to pay for that year. But there are years, you're right, that they have gone up. We haven't seen in the first CCA was formed in Northern California in 2010. And in those 12 years, we haven't seen an exit fee so high that it created a significant increase in.
Barbara, has any municipality, to your knowledge, set any sort of a condition of entering an arrangement that required or guaranteed the rate reduction? In other words, the entrance is conditional. Has any municipality ever done that?
I'm not aware of any, and I would be suspicious of any CCA that would guarantee a rate savings to customers, because we must set rates sufficient to recover costs, and we have no control over the exit fee that the utility charges. And I say no control because we don't set that rate. It's set by the PUC. We do, however, participate in those rate setting processes. We have a team of technical experts that dive into the analysis of the assumptions that SDG&E uses to set that rate. And we also, there have been changes to the PUC that allow us to acquire contracts that are now being recovered to the exit fees. We can now buy those and pull those out of the recovery process. And that will result in that fee being more controlled and lower.
Let me ask another question. Can you tell me what concerns me is the history of increased rates? Can you tell me why this arrangement would be different than other cities that have had increased rates? What management platforms are in place? What safeguards are in place? What organizational skills or organizational concepts are in place to provide this council with some assurance that the rates would in fact be reduced?
Well, we have several policies and procedures in place, best practices. We have an energy risk management policy that speaks to how we mitigate how we control our costs. The number one highest cost in a CCA's budget is the energy procurement. It's the cost of buying the power that's then ultimately resold. And if you don't manage your portfolio appropriately, you could find yourself in a position where your costs are significantly higher than what you had budgeted for when you set your rates. And so we have an energy risk management policy that establishes procedures and mitigating factors that result in controlling our costs. And we do that by entering into fixed price contracts for energy that go out multiple years. And when you have a fixed price contracts for energy, you then have control and you have reliability in what your costs are going to be because you have entered into contracts. And so we follow our policies.
Barbara, you mentioned four-year contracts.
We have some that are 6 months. We ladder our portfolio, and we have some that are 6 and they go out to 5 years.
How many contracts generally would you say there are?
Oh gosh.
20?
Well, we procure power every month. We don't buy all of our electricity needs.
I don't need an exact number, just magnitude of scale. Are we talking 10, 15, 500, 1,000?
We probably currently have in the neighborhood of 40 to 50 contracts now that are open.
40 to 50?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions right now, but I might later on.
Okay. Councilmember Ward.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Boswell, you're in the first year of the CEA, and that is just procuring energy at this point, right?
Clean Energy Alliance did begin serving customers in May of 2021. And for this past year, we've been focused on, number one, successfully getting the program off the ground, building financial stability, building reserves, and looking at long-term sustainability.
Okay, I understand that. And so the more cities you get and the more control of power in it, ratepayers, then the more financially stable the agency is, correct?
As we are today, we are financially stable. We have set rates that are sufficient to recover our costs. We have our contracts in place. We've met all of our regulatory compliance requirements. So as we are today, we are financially stable. Our analysis of the usage shows that we can add the city of San Clemente. It doesn't have an adverse effect on our finances, and we can bring them on. And based on today's rates and rate comparison, provide a rate savings to customers. We don't guarantee it, but that's based on today's assumptions. It would result, because there is sufficient revenue to cover costs and provide a reserve and some discretionary revenue, that would be a larger pot, but that pot is split the benefits of the programs are split amongst the member agency based on the percent of load. So each agency gets their fair share of the program benefits.
What I could not find is what is phase 2? I see phase 3. And I don't know what phase 4 is, but what does phase 2 of this look like?
I'm not sure what you're looking at with regards to phases. We launched initially, our first set of customers were in 2021, were the cities of Carlsbad, Del Mar, and Solana Beach. The next 2 cities, which I guess we could consider phase 2, would be the cities of Escondido and San Marcos, and we'll begin serving them in 2023. And then the next group of cities that have joined are Oceanside and Vista, and potentially San Clemente. And we haven't officially named it, but we consider that phase 3. And those would be, we would begin serving those customers in 2024.
Okay. So I'm not sure, I thought I was looking through the JPA and looking at phases that you had in there. It probably was from our consultant, where they talk about phases that a CEA would go to. And one of them, phase 3, would be moving into innovative and less power related programs or local generation of power. When do you, or does CEA intend to pursue local generation of power?
We do intend to pursue local generation of power, and one of the programs that we have slated for the board to consider in the coming year is a feed-in tariff, which would be small renewable energy projects that are locally sited, and small property owners could then apply for the program. And that's a program that we have identified as a top priority, is our feed-in tariff. And in our goals and priorities and in our JPA document, local program and locally generated renewable energy is a priority.
It is, but how much are you looking at, say, a solar farm, those being sited in any part of the authority, the agency, or windmills, anything like that, that you're going to be looking at and wanting to site it in the different cities?
Well, the program the board has not yet developed the program, but typically when the program would be developed, the criteria with regards to the types of projects that would be considered, and locations, and what we would pay the developer for those projects would all be part of the program specifications that the board would set.
Okay. So of the 40 to 50 contracts that you currently have already executed, what are the greatest costs on those? What are they for? I don't need to know necessarily how much they are, but what are the contracts that you have already had to do in order to start providing service?
They're for all of the power supply and products that we're required to procure. We have contracts for fixed price conventional energy. We have short-term renewable energy contracts. We have long-term renewable energy contracts. We have contracts for resource adequacy, which is to ensure grid reliability and sufficient energy during the summer months and when energy spikes.
Okay, so I did hear that some of the community choice authorities had some problems when it got very hot and the energy spiked and they were not able to fulfill it because I believe they hadn't procured enough electricity and they'd used it up. So I do appreciate that answer. What I want to talk to you really quickly about is concerns that I would have as a council member. We were part of the JPA, Transportation Corridor Agencies, and it was two different agencies for toll roads. We've been with them, I think, over 35 years. Since the late 80s, I believe, we joined that JPA. It didn't matter the legislation that they had enacted for their authority or any of what terms were in the JPA. They ignored them. And my concern is with the JPA that it's very difficult to oversee what they're doing. Yours would be much easier because it's so new, right? It would be new. But this JPA really morphed into something that we did not intend to be a part of. And it didn't matter that we had council members on the board with us from other cities. They voted against us. They voted to actually change everything. Don't follow the legislative process that they had put in for a toll road and decided to put it through the middle of our city. And we had every single city voting against us. I do see some provisions in here where you're trying to block that. And I'm specifically talking about eminent domain. I do see where you have that, but there's so many things in this JPA where it says the authority has jurisdiction over in the entire properties of all of that. But I do see a part where it says the city in question, if the authority wanted to try to eminent domain something in your city, they would have to vote for it. My problem is city councils come and go. We're only here for 4 years. Would one council member have the ability and the temerity to vote and fight against 7 other large cities in San Diego County, not in our county, that want to do something in our city and think they have it all picked out and figured out? But they're going to have to stand up and say no. That is the difficulty that I have joining a JPA. I've heard comments tonight where if we don't do it now, what will happen later? It sounded like a doomsday if we don't do it right now. What would be our ability to look at how your agency operates, see some time period where it is working and we can see that it's working and we join it? What would be the issue of doing that later? What would be the consequences?
We don't have a cutoff or a specific time period that our window of adding cities isn't a set period of time. I heard that the community members, but from the Clean Energy Alliance, we don't have a period of time where you must join or that opportunity closes.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I don't want to, any of my comments that I make tonight, I don't want you to think that it's any reflection on your agency, because your agency, I've been talking to Carlsbad, I think since 2017 or 18 about this. So I believe it is run better, but my problem is we just got out of the JPA, that one with the toll road that I was talking about. We just got out of that bureaucracy that we joined, and the council members thought it was a good idea back in the 80s to do that. It turned out to not be a good idea for our city. And we paid several, I think $58 million in development impact fees to that city, and we have no clear benefit. You know, the toll road didn't come to our city like it was supposed to. So, and we had to fight the state. We had legislation. It did not matter. It was a whole entire bureaucracy, and it was very difficult on our city. And our residents, ultimately, they wanted us to stop what they were trying to do. And we finally left that organization, I think July 1st. Was it this year? July 1st of 2021. 2021. So that is my hesitancy in jumping back into another JPA. But I do see things in the JPA agreement that were definitely not in the TCA agreement. And I appreciate that. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about eminent domain and why you kind of did the things you did, because it sounds like you've already had the discussions on some of that.
Yeah, I was, when the JPA agreement was developed, I was not a part of those discussions. I wasn't working for Clean Energy Alliance, so I don't have the benefit of the background or the thoughts as to what put, why there are certain provisions within that. I will say that the founding members also had, I think, experiences with JPAs that they were concerned about. And so one of our provisions is that it's one city, one vote. There is no weighted vote based on size or load. And that was driven by, experiences that were challenging with regards to other JPAs. So there was thought put into that with regards to, having a dissatisfaction with other JPAs.
Okay. All right. I was hoping that we could have a discussion on that because that's some of my issues with
Yeah.
the JPA.
I will say that eminent domain would really only come to pass if Clean Energy Alliance was planning to acquire property and build their own renewable energy facility. That right now is, not on our radar, and typically there aren't many CCAs that have purchased land and built their own. It just isn't necessarily cost effective for them to do that. They don't get the benefit of the incentives. Those incentives go to private developers, not public entities. And so your costs are significantly higher if you're pursuing building your own projects, which is why most CCAs have contracts with generating facilities and aren't building their own. It's because the costs are lower when you partner or you buy from a private developer who has the benefit of those incentives to construct those projects.
Last question really quick. Isn't it true that if we signed up and we signed up our residents, that all residential and all business accounts would be added to it, and it would be required of then those accounts to opt out if they did not want to stay with CEA?
That's correct.
Added.
That's correct.
Okay.
The way that the legislation was written is it's an automatic enrollment, and the customers do have to opt out. And so to ensure customers are made aware, there are a minimum of 4 mailers that are sent out. 2 are prior to the enrollment and 2 after. We also typically do outreach, in-person outreach. We work with the cities to identify, what is the best, most effective method for working with your community and getting the word out and marketing and being out in person to talk to people and let them know this is happening. We try to work with the community groups, with homeowners associations, with chambers of commerce. We really try to make sure that people are aware, because you're correct, it is an automatic enrollment and customers have to opt out.
Thank you. I wanted to get that answer in because we've heard comments tonight that everyone gets to choose. They're actually going to be signed up if we so choose to take on this role from SDG&E. They're all getting signed up. So I wanted that to be in there. So I don't have any more questions for you. Council, I can give my comments briefly if you want, or
Let's
I can
wait
wait.
for comments till we
Sure,
finish.
that's fine.
Councilmember Duncan.
Yeah, just to follow up on other folks' comments. So is there any plans by CEA to force cities to build any kind of energy facilities?
The board has not had any discussions like that, no.
That's what I thought. In terms of the timing, there is a timing issue, right? Because if we join tonight, which I hope we do, then we get a seat at the table right now, well before we actually join, right? So we can be part of deciding what the CEA is going to look like if we decide now. If we don't decide now, we're not at the table. We have no say in what it looks like. And so we are at a disadvantage in the future.
Yeah, I would say a benefit of joining now is, Clean Energy Alliance is a new entity. We are establishing our policies, procedures, determining programs. And should San Clemente decide to join now, you would have, a board member seated that would be a part of making those decisions, even though we wouldn't be serving your customers until 2024. You'd still be participating and be a voting member in establishing, getting our entity, up and running, if you will.
And would we also get the 2 community members being on the community advisory? We get that right away.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
In terms of the opt-out, opt-in, everyone is automatically in, but can they leave? Even if they are in and they missed the notices and they didn't opt out, can they leave after they are put into CEA? Yeah,
they can opt out anytime beginning 60 days prior. So working from assuming an April 2024 enrollment, customers can begin notifying us that they want to opt out beginning in February. We have a call center, so customers can call to opt out. They can also do it online through our website. And so you have 60 days prior. And then once we hit April 2024, customers are enrolled. And then if a customer gets enrolled and they didn't realize it until afterwards, they can opt out after. They can opt out within 60 days without paying the service fee to SDG&E, which was mentioned. After 60 days after enrollment, customers can always opt out. That option is always available. The question that what comes into play is the service fee, but also the requirement that SDG&E has that the customer must then stay with SDG&E for a minimum 12 months before they can come back to Clean Energy Alliance, should they decide that maybe they wanted to come back.
Okay, and what was that, what was that service fee again?
I want to say $1.27.
And so if someone's automatically enrolled in CEA and say the rates do go up, can they leave then to go back to the lower rates at SDG&E?
They can. They are supposed to give SDG&E a 6-month notice to return, although they do allow an immediate return if a customer states that they don't want to wait.
So the customers always have that choice.
Customers always have the opportunity to opt out.
In terms of the discussion about the power outage, who manages the power grid? Is CEA manage that, or is it someone else?
The California Independent System Operators, CAISO, is the entity in California that manages the California grid for the entire state. And so they manage the supply and balancing the supply with demand. They're also the entity that issues the Flex Alert, and then they're the ones that send the notices or make determinations on whether or not there needs to be power outages because there isn't sufficient supply to meet demand. That's all managed by the California ISO, California Independent System Operators, and the risk of power outage is not greater for a CCE customer than it is for a non-CCE customer. It's those are the same.
Okay, so the fact that people were part of a CEE, that didn't have anything to do with whether they had the power outage or
not. No, it wouldn't.
How is it that CEA is able to get such better contracts for power procurement than SDG&E?
Well, I don't have visibility into SDG&E's portfolio to know what their costs specifically are. The one thing that I can say with regards to renewable energy, there was comments made about how expensive it is now for SDG&E's 100% renewable, and they are trying to actually close that program because it's just no longer cost effective. Over the course of time, over the last 10, 15 years, the costs for constructing renewable energy facilities has come down. And so what we can buy, and contract for renewable energy today is lower than what SDG&E was contracting for 10 years or so, ago. And so that is a mitigating factor in terms of, how we can, offer a renewable energy, higher renewable energy at a lower cost. We also have, lower administrative costs. We don't have we're not a large organization. We're not supporting a large organization. So our admin costs are much lower.
Okay, you're a small local agency that procures contracts just the way as SDG&E, but you've been able to get significantly more favorable contracts.
Well, I can just say in general the market. I don't know. Like I said, we don't have visibility into SDG&E's portfolio specifically, so I can't compare our contracts specifically.
But you're both buying contracts, and you've been able to get contracts that offer power at less than SDG&E.
I believe so.
Thank you.
Can
Okay.
you clarify buying contracts really quick?
You know
Because-
what? That's my
Okay.
line of questioning right now.
Well, she could answer it because,
That's my line of questioning.
oh, it's
right
yours? Thank you, thank you. I didn't hear that. All right, thank you.
So a couple of things. Let's talk about power purchase agreements. You're doing power purchase agreements for 5 years in advance, up to 5 years?
We have some that are 5, some that are 6 months, some that are 1 year, 2 year. We have a laddered portfolio. We have a lower percentage of our forecasted need is out 5 years, but we begin slowly, incrementally buying out 5 years in order to achieve the lowest average weighted cost of energy over time.
So if San Clemente were to join your alliance, you would start purchasing power with the assumption that San Clemente was going to be within your alliance, right?
We would likely not begin procuring power. So I can tell you what we're doing for Escondido because they're, we're within a year now of servicing them. We would begin procuring resource adequacy. We would begin that process in the spring. So a year ahead, we would begin that procurement. We would begin procuring conventional energy probably about 7 to 8 months ahead. We'd start buying the energy in small percentages over time, but we would start that process likely with an April launch. We would probably begin starting that in June, July of 2023 for an anticipated April 2024 launch.
Okay, let's say we're in 2024, 2025. You're purchasing power up to 5 years in advance, predicated partially on the load San Clemente is going to have on your system. Is that correct?
We do, but when you look out 5 years, we would likely only have a small percentage of our overall need that in that 5th year in contracts. So we'd likely have maybe 5%, 10% of the 5-year out need in contracts in that 5 years ahead.
I hope everyone's following. It's just now coming into focus for me. So you would be also purchasing 6 months in advance and a year in advance. Is that correct?
Yeah. So let me try to, I guess, explain it better. So today is 2021. So when you look at what our needs are for 2021, for the rest of this calendar year, we have 90 to 95% of what we need in contracts already contracted for. That gives us reliability in our budget, in our costs. For 2023, for the first half, we're probably 85 to 90% already contracted. For the second half of the calendar year, it's a little less. And 2024 is likely about 30% under contract so far. 2025 is about 20%. So we begin acquiring contracts out in the future, but we're not locking in large quantities or large percentages of our need that far out in advance.
Okay, so on an annual basis, if I read our consultant's report correctly, on an annual basis, you would be for an annual basis, not necessarily annual basis, but for 1 year, is it fair to say the cost for that power for the city of San Clemente be $24 million?
I'd have to look at the report real quick. Hold on.
No, that's what it said.
Okay.
And so if you're making power purchase agreements going 6 months or a year or 18 months in advance, it's very likely city of San Clemente would incur probably a $20 million plus obligation to the Clean Energy Alliance.
No, the cities are not the cities have no liability or obligation with regards to the contracts. They're not parties to those contracts. Those contracts are with Clean Energy Alliance. And the JPA specifically states that the parties, the member agencies, are not financially responsible for our energy contracts.
Okay, good. Okay, that's one part that I wasn't following. So in the JPA agreement, it said that if a city departs the JPA, there's certain financial obligations they would have to the JPA. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty close to what are those certain financial obligations?
So the JPA document does speak to and addresses the potential withdrawal of a city from Clean Energy Alliance and what would happen there. So the first thing is the city, should it decide it wanted to withdraw, is to give 1 year written advance notice of that desire to withdraw. And then upon our receipt, Clean Energy Alliance's receipt of that notice, we are to, the JPA uses language of reasonably and in good faith, mitigate any costs and obligations that may be incurred. And so to the extent that we have entered into contracts on behalf of San Clemente that we aren't able to mitigate, and the way we would mitigate would be to utilize those. So in thinking about the 5-year contracts, if when we procure power, we're not procuring on behalf of an individual city, we're procuring on behalf of our entire load needs. So 3 years out, we're only going to have, 40 to 50% of our need for that year. If you take out San Clemente, that percentage is going to go up. And if that percentage exceeds our 100% need, we would need to sell off a portion because now we have too much. And so to the extent that we would sell that and incur a loss, the JPA says that San Clemente would be, responsible for that loss. But there also could be a gain. There is, there's also that possibility because it all depends on what the market is. What did we buy it for? And now what can we sell it for now? And what's going to cover our need that we still have a need for our existing customers.
But whatever would be whatever's excess as a result of San Clemente's departure, and San Clemente could conceivably be on the hook for. Right?
The JPA does state that if there are remaining liabilities, San Clemente could be on the hook for that. But CEA is to reasonably and in good faith take efforts to mitigate and any costs and obligations.
Would you have any idea? I mean, just a wild guess is all I'm asking for, and it could be a conservative guess, what that obligation would be for the city of San Clemente.
Well, I couldn't even venture a guess at this point in time. We haven't entered into contracts. I can tell you that, looking at the CCAs throughout the state, and they go back to 2010. Most of them, are probably 5 years in age, but there hasn't been a city that's departed a CCA that we could look at to say, what's that experience? Like what happened in that case? So, I don't have, anything that I could base that on. But what I can tell you is that, again, in the near term, we don't even enter into contracts for 100% of our need because we don't want to be overcommitted or overcontracted. And the JPA does use the language that CEA is to reasonably and in good faith take mitigating factors to eliminate that potential liability.
Ms. Boswell, I guess my concern, and these council members, my concern on this is we've had a bad experience with the JPA, and that JPA has caught, regardless of how good that JPA looked in 1988 or whatever year that was, it ultimately cost the city $58 million
More.
And that doesn't include legal fees, tens of millions of dollars of legal fees. So this is kind of a leap of faith here. That's what has me concerned. Now, Ms. Boswell, if we could talk, how are rate hikes determined? Is this something the board does, the board approves, and how does that occur?
Our rate setting, the rates are set by our board. They are the board with that authority setting rates. The way that our rates are set is because we strive to achieve a savings compared to SDG&E, We start with SDG&E's rates that are in effect at the time we're going to be setting our rates. We take into account the exit fees. So we deduct the exit fees because we want to ensure that customers that's accounted for. And then we'll discount by 2%. And then the remaining amount, the rate, we calculate what revenue can be raised by that rate. And is that revenue sufficient to cover our costs? And so that's basically our rate setting process. And then those rates come before the board. Our rates schedules mirror those of SDG&E in order to enable customers the ability to have an apples to apples comparison with what they're paying now versus what they would pay as a CEA customer.
Did I ask the question you were looking for?
I think you did. I think you did ask it, but I would mention that in 3.5 obligations of the authority, it does say that debts and liabilities and obligations are of the authority and should not be the debts and liabilities of any party, but unless that party agrees in writing to assume any of the debts, liabilities, and obligations of the authority with the approval of the governing board. So that would be my concern, is the governing board is going to determine what we're doing, right? And what they've said already that they're going to 100% renewable. And I'm wondering if that is San Clemente gets to set our renewable, or we're going with what the board sets as the goal.
San Clemente would choose between the 3 power supply products we have available now. Our current lowest is a minimum 50% renewable. That is to increase over time to achieve 100% by 2035.
Right. So, and 100% renewable is more expensive, is it not?
It's slightly more expensive at this point in time.
Okay. Okay. So Mayor, can I sum up?
Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
So while I respect the agency and what they've done so far, my heartburn with joining into another JPA is going to prohibit me from being able to say that we should do that at this time. The contract liabilities is one thing I am concerned about. I don't like when you go on the internet and you cannot find any risks, and yet you're hearing about these liabilities that the agency is taking on, and you're in turn, you are taking those on. That board can vote at any time, 20 years from now, that they're going to go to total wind farms or solar farms, and they're going to build it where they want, and then we're going to be fighting that. And my concern with local, it talks about in here, their JPA, that they're going to do local power development. To me, that is building something. Even energy storage, that has to go somewhere. You're going to have
Let me ask
local.
a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Boswell, to Ms. Ward's point, does the board have the authority to issue debt?
Yes, it does.
We didn't hear that question. To do what?
Issue debt,
Issued it.
Bonds.
bonds.
They could do a bond measure.
Allow.
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Boswell.
Yes, it does. Yes, and we do. We have a line of credit with JP Morgan that we have executed.
And is that a majority vote? Is that a super majority vote, unanimous vote? How does that work?
It is one moment, and I will be able to tell you specifically what the two-thirds vote, affirmative two-thirds vote for issuing bonds or other forms of debt.
And what would you anticipate debt being issued for?
We would issue, well, our debt that we have now was issued in order to cover our startup costs with relation to costs incurred to get up and running.
So if San Clemente joined, we would not be obligated to your current debt. Is that correct?
None of our members are obligated to our current debt. That debt, none of our members have guaranteed that debt. It is fully the debt of Clean Energy Alliance only.
Yeah, I was just going to ask the question that she answered. Did one of her,
Oh,
one of
okay.
her investors secured the debt? Just
Got
not
it.
secured against any of the assets of the JEA, CEA.
Okay. Why did Western Community Energy fail? Any idea?
I do have information about that. So Western Community Energy is a CCA program that launched, I believe they began serving customers in March or April of 2020. And so they began right at the beginning of the pandemic when everything shut down. And so businesses shut down and they weren't generating revenue at the levels they were anticipating. And then they entered into the summer of 2020 and they had extremely high temperatures and they were not sufficiently hedged. They didn't have, we were talking about what percentage of our load is in contracts. They didn't have a sufficient enough contracts in place to cover their needs for the summer. And so they were exposed to market prices. And so the summer came, that was hotter than normal. Energy prices that they had to pay to buy that electricity were higher than what they anticipated. And then the PUC, the third thing that happened is the PUC implemented, they suspended disconnections for non-payment. And so they ended up with very high uncollectibles. Their cash flows were impacted. And so they needed to raise their rates in order to cover their costs. And the board did not want to increase their rates and instead voted to file for bankruptcy.
Are they still in existence today? Are they still
No.
providing power today? No, they're not. So
No, when they took the vote to file for bankruptcy, they also ordered that all the customers be returned to Southern California Edison immediately. And so they discontinued within a month of that vote, I would say.
I believe they owe $100 million. But as I read it, I thought the cities that signed up with them were obligated to that $100 million. Are the founding documents of Clean Energy Alliance different than their documents?
I haven't read their documents to know whether or not they're different. And I haven't heard that the cities have a liability. I have heard that the customers may have a special assessment put on them by Southern California Edison. But the cities themselves, I have not heard that they have any financial obligation with regards to the bankruptcy.
And I stated that wrong. I read that the customers ended up with the obligation. You're correct on that. With a special assessment, and I think that special assessment is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,500 or $2,000. That's all I have. I'm sorry I put you on the hot seat. I did have some questions I needed answered. Any other council members? Any questions or comments? Ms. Ward.
So I already stated that the issues I have with getting into a JPA, contract liabilities, whether she says we don't have any and the cities don't have any, that can change. JPA can change and vote into whatever they want to do. I'm concerned about that. I've heard local control and transparency listed as a reason why TCA is a good JPA, a good agency. Those exact words. There is no transparency. It's very hard to oversee JPAs. They can change into something or just not do what they said they were going to do, because 7 cities, other than San Clemente being the 8th city, they could decide they want to do something. And we're on the low end of the totem pole there. I think Councilmember Ferguson mentioned there in San Diego County, we're in Orange County. We again are the city at the end. We're at the end when we have an entire base between us. I don't think the city of Vista is going to be looking out for San Clemente on this. They're too far away. regionally, I understand this is an exercise of joint powers. And I know people are very interested in this and they think it sounds great, clean energy, let's do it. But what the city is taking on is another bureaucracy that we have to deal with, and liabilities and problems. And the fact that one council member is there to vote on something that affects your ratepayers or anything that's happening within your city should give you pause, because it gives us pause.
If we
And
go
we
on-
have a vote.
Should we go on this? I'm going to nominate Councilmember Noblock to be on that board.
So I right now cannot say that I feel good about going into a JPA, even as much as we have tried. I have tried to research this and look at it, look at every detail in the JPA, just as I did for TCA when I found out what I was in 2016. But there's too much in here for powers and things that they can do, and debt and problems that we've seen. I think that it's an idea that we might be moving towards, we may not be. Some CCAs are, what are they called? It's called D something. Decoupling, what are they doing? Decertifying?
There's 5 cities decertifying right now.
Okay, so they're decertifying right now, and they're voluntarily closing the JPA because it did not work out.
They were on the JPA. They were doing it. They were on their own.
But they weren't a JPA within themselves. They
You
had,
know, as a city, you can create your own clean
yes,
energy.
you can.
And those 5 cities
Okay,
had their own clean energy.
I see. I see.
Aggregate.
Okay, so I thought they were on a JPA, but, maybe there's something in the future that we can do that we can see about, and joining, Community Energy Alliance. That might be something that we can still do. It is not something that we have to do right now. And I think Ms. Boswell answered a lot of questions tonight, but there were some that she couldn't answer. And I think a lot of our concerns are being in the JPA, and we need to know a little more on this. But it's not, for me, it's not going to be tonight to move forward. I have too many questions, and too much on the internet was all, yay, they're great. You want to do this, and the big, bad, evil, independent operators. I'm not sure that that's the actual case, and I don't like an argument like that. I want actual facts. I don't want this is the big, bad operator, and we're going to have local control and choice. And all
Okay,
that.
any other comments?
I have a couple of comments.
Are you done with my comments?
I think you already said how you're going to
I
come
thought
out,
that
so
was-
let's hear
okay.
some
Thought
other
that was
comments.
Mayor James, excuse me.
No, you didn't say
Mayor
that, did
James
you?
was
No.
chairing the meeting.
No.
Okay,
No,
go ahead,
I'm done.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Oh, thanks. Just briefly, but yeah, I totally agree with Councilmember Ward's comments there.
Can I hear that again?
Oh, I agree with
We do
Councilmember
agree
comments there.
sometimes.
But yes, just looking around, just neighboring cities, say South County, there aren't any cities here looking to do that. That's concerning to me as well. I don't have any desire to go to San Diego to join one, but the Orange County Clean Energy Alliance, I think it's called, is mired in so
Yeah.
much controversy, as you know, Power Authority, thank you. So much controversy and waste and grand jury investigation, and the only, no energy has been even provided yet to any of the constituents in those communities that have signed up, and the only people making money has been Best and Krieger, who's been the lawyer in the deal. So anyway, I don't want to go there tonight. I think I'd like to watch and see what happens, and see, these agencies perform first with some track record before considering joining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noblock.
No comments.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a couple. So I guess all these other cities, Vista that voted unanimously, Oceanside that voted 4 out of 5 of those council members didn't do any due diligence, and they're completely off. San Marcos, Escondido, Carlsbad, Del Mar, Solana Beach, they don't know what they're doing, but we know better. We know better here than all of the experts. So, and I guess we'll choose SDG&E over our own residents. That's a tough choice. But
You know what, Councilmember, I resent that
and
implication greatly.
well, I'm just saying, we're going to stick with
It's not actually
SDG&E
the
instead of
choice.
taking our own authority to set our own residence rate. That's what we're doing. We're leaving it to a big company that's trying to make a profit instead of taking that responsibility on ourselves to look out for our own residents. So this is my take. I feel like this is bizarro world, to be honest with you. We've heard doomsday scenario after doomsday scenario based on facts that I was able to just disprove with Barbara over and over again until a new allegation or was made that had to be shot down again. This is a no-brainer, as was said earlier today. This is where the state's going. We have a chance to get ahead of the game, take that responsibility on ourselves, to deliver for our residents, to give our residents a say in where they're going to get their power. And every single resident gets to make their own choice, besides what you heard. We heard Barbara say that. But we don't want to do that. We're going to leave it to SDG&E. We're going to leave it to the status quo. I'm not sure why. All these other cities believed it was a great idea. Go watch their council meetings. It wasn't anything like this. This is about local control, but we're going to say no to that. It's about individual choice, but we're going to say no to that. It's about lower prices, which is what the cities in the CEA have been able to deliver for their residents. We're going to say no to that. We're not going to even give our residents a chance to have lower rates or choose whether they want to buy renewable power or not. We're going to take that choice away from them. That's very disappointing to me. We did do all our due diligence. We had a town hall and it was overwhelmingly supportive if you came. And we heard speakers tonight and it was overwhelmingly supportive. So it's disappointing that we're not going to listen to our own residents and do the right thing. But I'm glad that we had the opportunity to talk about this, and I certainly will be supporting. And I should mention, thank you. And I should mention, because the allegation was made, I supported this from my first day in the city council, but long before I ever started running for assembly or anything else. This is just the right thing to do for our residents. And I'll always feel that.
And I don't think you should be mentioning that from the diet.
So with that, is there a motion?
I can make a
Anyone
motion
else?
that we table this
Okay,
at
then
this time.
I'll make a substitute motion that we introduce ordinance number 1734, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, authorizing the implementation of a community choice aggregation program, and that we adopt resolution number 22-30, entitled a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, authorizing the execution of the joint exercise powers agreements for membership in the Clean Energy Alliance, a community joint powers authority with Clean Energy Alliance joint powers agreement, and give our residents a choice and where they get their power and how
Is that
much they
part of the
pay for.
motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? I'll ask again, is there a second
Is there a second to the first motion or the
to
existing?
Chris's motion? Okay, so that motion dies. Councilmember Ward, you have a motion.
I had a motion to table
Is
this
it-
item.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
No. Thank you all for coming, by the way.
4-1 with Mayor Pro Tem as no.
Okay. Moving back to special presentations, we were on item C. That's presentation by Community Development Director concerning the implementation of permit streamlining opportunities.
Are we going? What do?
She's been waiting.
We should go up with Stan.
Well, just a
Steph's
minute, we
been
have,
waiting.
1 second. We have not done 7G yet, or 7F.
Mayor, if
7F
I
and
may,
G.
if I may,
4D.
if the council wanted to entertain continuing items 7C, D, and E to the August meeting, they're not time sensitive. I will tell you, and I just was made aware, I don't know if Mr. Glasgow is in the audience. He may have left already.
No, he's here.
Is he still there? Oh, he's holding on. Okay, never mind.
I was just going to go there. I'm going to have a motion to table item 7, C, D, and E. Can I have a second on that?
Table it until when?
So
August 16th.
August 16th. So motion by James, second by Ferguson. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. And that takes us to recognition of pet project foundation. Okay. Council, if you can join me.
Here.
Okay, I have a certificate of recognition here. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Thank you. I have a certificate of recognition, City of San Clemente, certificate of recognition presented to Denise Zog. In recognition of her term as president of the Pet Project Foundation, PPF, the fundraising arm of the San Clemente Dana Point Animal Shelter. During her tenure on the Pet Project Foundation, the organization raised more than $300,000 every year to offset the cost of medical care and food costs for all the shelter animals, allowing the shelter to remain pro-humane. Denise also served as volunteer coordinator of PPF and assists with the scheduling of 100 volunteers who ensure dogs get walked, cats get socialized, rabbits are hopped, and the public is assisted by office volunteers. Denise does all this with a positive personality and makes every single person she comes in contact with feel valued and appreciated. Signed, Gene James, Mayor of San Clemente. Now, I'm going to have a personal comment on this. I have served on that board on the board of CASA, the Coastal Animal Shelter Authority, and without PPF, we simply wouldn't get things done. We would not have a no-kill shelter, to be very honest with you. PPF is the absolute backbone of the Coastal Animal Shelter Authority, and Denise was the backbone of PPF. So thank you very much. Now here comes the finale of presentations tonight. City of San Clemente. Lisa B. Spinelli, 2021 honoree to the San Clemente Wall of Recognition. Lisa B. Spinelli has donated her artistic talent to numerous nonprofit organizations and the San Clemente community for over 45 years. She has spent thousands of hours creating display materials, pamphlets, books, and publicity for local organizations with her skills as a graphic artist, photographer, wordsmith, and publicist. She has been a member or worked with several San Clemente service organizations, including San Clemente Historical Society, San Clemente Garden Club, Casa Romanica, Cultural Center and Gardens, the Cabrillo Playhouse, Junior Women's Club, San Clemente Military Family Outreach, San Clemente Ocean Festival, Center for the Spiritual Living, Capistrano Valley, San Clemente Homeless Collaborative, Women's Club, and the Chamber of Commerce, among many others. In addition to donating her time and talent to service clubs, She has worked on many projects that have enhanced the San Clemente community, including creating the historic weather vane atop the Ole Hansen Beach Club, designing exhibits and graphics at Casa Romanica, and producing our local third grade history book, From Fish Carts to Fiestas. Lisa B. Spinelli's artistic talents and dedication to service have added beauty to nearly every aspect of Ole Hansen's vision of a beautiful Spanish village by the sea. Signed, Gene James, Mayor, City of San Clemente. Where's Mr. Glasgow? Don, if you can come up here, please. Sat through all this to get this. City of San Clemente, Don Glasgow, 2021 honoree to the San Clemente Wall of Recognition. Don Glasgow has devoted thousands of hours helping others in our community. His volunteerism has been recognized by the San Clemente Chamber of Commerce with a Citizen of the Year honor, and he was twice recognized as Volunteer of the Year. Don also received the United States President's Lifetime Achievement Award for volunteerism in 2015. Don volunteered with many organizations, including the Friends of San Clemente, Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Foundation, helping the group raise funds through its San Clemente Carnival Colossal and Expo. He is also the co-founder of Courtney Sandcastle Charitable Foundation, working to support the universally accessible playground at the Vista Hermosa Sports Park. Don has also volunteered his time with Fish for Life, which works to take special needs children fishing, and Kingdom Builders Ministries, supporting marginalized families in Mexico. Don has organized the collection and donation of golf club sets for Marines and bicycles for children in Mexico. Don has devoted thousands of hours helping others in our community, identifying needs and helping to make a difference. Signed, Gene James, Mayor of the City of San Clemente. You don't have to vote. So we're going to do the closed session report. Okay, one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to move up the FAM presentation for you all and get you out of here. But in the meantime, City Attorney, is there anything to report out on closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to items A, B, and C on the closed session agenda, with the note that the second case on A was not discussed in closed session and no reportable action was taken.
Very good. Did we vote did we do a vote on taking out items 6C, D, and E already?
I think they did.
Did we vote on that?
Yes.
Okay. And then, city manager, help me out here. I think we can punt item 10A to August. Does council, everyone okay with that?
Yes. See what that is, except is it Mr. Prey? He's probably been waiting this whole time.
Who?
Mr. Prey is on the screen.
He is.
I don't know. Yeah,
See it. Oh,
it's
there
probably
it is.
timely, but I don't know.
I think we punt it to
Okay.
August.
All right.
And we'll keep item 10B, we'll keep item 10C. And then
D we have to do.
D that's a wobbler. We could.
E could wait.
That will wait.
E.
I didn't hear which item.
D is in Delta. We'll do E tonight. And of course, F. And I'm going to have a motion to move item F up to the next item.
Second.
Second, motion by James, second by Duncan. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. So that brings us to item 10F. And I'm also going to have another motion, and that is to give FAM, whether it's their board chair or their CEO, a 5-minute special presentation. That way we can ask questions. And so do I have a second on giving them a 5-minute special presentation?
Second.
Second by, motion by James, second by Ferguson. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. City Clerk.
This is a report from the Assistant to the City Manager concerning a lease agreement with Family Assistance Ministries at 1030 Negocio.
So thank you, Madam Clerk. This report was prepared by the Assistant to the City Manager, Jennifer Savage, and she'll provide a brief staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The lease with FAM for the property at 1030 Cali Negocio is set to expire at early next year. And there is a discussion on whether or not there should be an extension to the lease. First, the report provides some background information on the partnership that San Clemente has had with FAM, or Family Assistance Ministries, including the financial contributions that the city has provided to FAM. FAM has submitted a letter with a proposal for a 1-year extension to their lease. So that would end in April 2024. And this evening, the council should decide 2 actions. 1, to receive and file the report regarding the financial contributions from the city and the background information with their relationship with FAM, and whether or not to extend the lease to April or to 2024. And if so, the amount for which the lease should be. That concludes staff presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Very good. Any public comments?
Yes, was the chair going to speak first?
Yeah,
10
how many
minutes,
public
5
comments?
minutes? Let me count them.
Yes, please.
Ten.
10, so that's gonna be 30 minutes. It's 9:15 now, 5 minutes. That's gonna take us to about 10 o'clock with the 5 minutes and some question and answers. So let's bring up FAM now.
Public speakers, or are they going to make a presentation on behalf of the organization?
We're gonna give them 5 minutes, and then the public speakers can come up.
Thank you, and good
Mayor,
evening.
I'm sorry to interrupt really quick. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. Mayor, I think it might be advantageous to take a vote with the council to allow the presenter for 5 minutes just
We
based.
did.
Did you take a vote?
We took a
Already,
vote.
yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Sorry.
you.
Apologize, Elizabeth.
No problem at all. Good evening, Mayor,
council members. My name is Elizabeth Andrade. I have the privilege of serving as the CEO of Family Assistance Ministries. And I appreciate the time and the attention that you've provided on this item. We, for 22 years, have served to partner with the city. We're very proud of our partnership and the results that that partnership has created. Although our performance is not in question, and we appreciate that, I do want to recognize some of the items that have been brought forth for concern, just to provide both the council as well as the public with some overview. And so FAM serves San Clemente, our office at 1030 Calle Negocio, which we are requesting a 1-year extension on, helps us to support the San Clemente community, as well as our model of decentralized care and services. We exist to prevent and end hunger and homelessness. And we do that through providing a variety of different services, all connected to case management. We believe that in order to support someone's ability to be self-sufficient, we must address the root causes that are creating their instability. We use food as an invitation for our community to engage with us so that we are able to build a relationship with them and engage and build that trust so that we can connect to the appropriate resources. We pride ourselves in partnerships. We partner with the city of San Clemente, along with other cities, to help to bring that model and those resources within their community. We do this through that private-public partnership, in which the concession that's noted in the staff report is a part of that public contribution. The private, which I would be remiss if I don't identify the amount of staff, volunteer, faith-based partners, board members, community members who are here to demonstrate the support of FAM. I am currently staff, but I am supported by the community, and we can only do this work together. So for every dollar that's donated by our public partners, we're able to leverage those dollars and increase the impact to our community. And so that's the model, that's the demonstration of success. And so in the report that was provided, or in the letter that was provided to the council, and thank you for receiving and reviewing that information, that is, to the best of our knowledge and our ability, the recap of the services that have been provided to the San Clemente residents. That comes from the concessions that have been provided to, from the city, both in the form of CDBG dollars and other funding sources that go right back to your constituents. We serve as the administrative agency to make sure that those resources are being expended in the right manner, and the manner that's designated by the state and federal agencies. I would just make a quick note on that report, which is attached to the agenda, that for last year, 1% of the funds that were provided to FAM were from the city of San Clemente, and 61% of the resources that were moved through FAM to the community benefited San Clemente residents. Similarly, the in-kind percentage, $82,000 or 2% of our in-kind donations, 38% of that went directly to San Clemente residents. And so that's a part of your attachment, just creating a note there on that, highlighting that. And I'll say that there is one point of correction on that same report. We noted 81 individuals were moved off the streets of San Clemente and back home through our Homeward Bound program. Very proud to say that as of yesterday, that number is 82. We were able to move an individual off the streets and have them go back home. So again, we can't do this alone. We bring this forward as a point of strength in our partnership, and appreciate the time, the extra time to present to you today, and I'm open to answer any questions.
Council. Ms. Ferguson, any questions?
Not at the moment, thank you. I'll start. So Elizabeth, I was on the council so many years ago when we approved the 5-year extension of your lease. And we were told by FAM at that time, the board, that you wanted to move and not be in San Clemente anymore. And I think it was, we heard it, we wanted to be in a more centralized location. One thing that I want to ask, in seeing the emails from churches and everyone that volunteers, which a lot of people are here tonight, we've been collaborating with you for 22 years. FAM was built here in San Clemente. Have you thought of the logistics of what's going to happen or how it's going to work if you move to a different location with the support group that you have built in San Clemente?
Yes, that is a terrific question. There are a lot of logistics that go into moving, and that for an agency of our size, we will rely heavily on our community base to help us both identify, support, and leverage those resources that exist within the very rich community that supports rich in resource, time, and talent. So we are leveraging that. Our priority is to stay in San Clemente. And so I want to make that very clear. The market right now is under 1% vacancy, as you all know. And so we are finding it extremely difficult to identify a location today. If we are not able to identify a location in San Clemente, then we will have to expand our search. But our operating model has worked well for San Clemente, for our volunteer base, our church base, who we were founded by. Can't be, I'd be remiss if I don't mention that. And we have similar partnerships with other cities in which we operate satellite models. So that really is the intention here, is to use that additional year of the lease extension to solidify the plan, hopefully have a little bit of a break in the market, we can only hope, and then mobilize our resources to that end goal.
So one of the things I'm concerned about is, you're asking for another year extension, and you mentioned that it's under 1% if you stayed in San Clemente. I don't see that opportunity happening within 12 months. If what's available, I don't know. I don't know why FAM doesn't want to take if there's anything here in town. But it was mentioned to me a more central location that you wanted to leave. And so the council, as we've been talking in the last couple of years, was with the intention that we knew FAM was going to leave. Because I was asked for the 5-year extension because you're going to leave. It doesn't mean that San Clemente's not going to be still supporting FAM, and doing that. Some of the churches were afraid that you would no longer donate to their whatever that they get from you. And I don't believe that is FAM's intention to do that, because we are still collaborators on some of the housing that you have.
Yeah,
we financed Gilchrist House.
That's an excellent point of distinction. So it would be 12 months extension plus the 9 months that we currently have on our lease. Our lease expires April of 2023. So it's 9 that we currently have plus the 12 that we're asking for would create a more realistic timeline for a move. I can only represent FAM, the leadership, and the support today. And again, our priority would be to stay within the city. We believe that our partnerships with the city, we believe that the partnerships with our faith base would continue because of the work that we do. Again, wanting to be in San Clemente, but if we had to move out, that we would be able to communicate, adjust, and adapt and be supported again by those who have been with us for 22 years.
So in your report, you gave us that Lake Forest, Laguna Niguel, and then you put all other cities. We don't know who those are. It's whoever you have partnered with and now offer services in that city. We don't have access to that. We don't, unless you tell us you're working in a certain city. We don't know unless some other council member tells us that from another city. So I'm just wondering how many cities make up the 153,000 that they're contributing, because all of these cities, along with San Clemente, we have FAM in our housing element.
Yes.
It's kind of why we decided to partner with FAM and have them in San Clemente, was for our housing element and to provide services. But FAM has, frankly, they've branched out. And so that's why I think you have seen the council start to talk about market rate and having other cities start to pay an equal share of what FAM does. If we're all going to list FAM in our housing element and have services, that's how that conversation started. But it did not start with us. It started with FAM board telling me and the council I was on that FAM was leaving San Clemente. So that's kind of how we got to where we are today. It's not the city suddenly saying, we want to change things. We were told that FAM was changing.
Well, I appreciate that history and that perspective. And it's a relief to hear that it's not driven by the city, and that these conversations happen in the past. And I'm not sure, and I can't recall, there's other leadership in the room that may be able to talk about that during public comment. So I will leave that aside, but I will say that the housing element listing, we do operate 2 transitional and emergency shelters. That was an investment of the city that is serving for that compliance component. We operate them with high success. We take on the operating part and costs of those year after year. And so that is a demonstration, and whether, again, our priority to stay or if we leave the city to a nearby location, we will always have a presence in San Clemente because of those shelters. And so the housing element component is one, the branching out and the fair share. I apologize, I did not see there be listed the previous communication we had to the council regarding our lease extension, and where we did go through the exercise of listing all of the cities in which we currently are present and the level of funding that they provide us with. And so I can definitely send that out, or if staff would like to provide that to all of you, that has been made available to all of you for your review.
So my main concern is it's not what FAM does. It's not the support. It's not any of the services. Those are good. It's just, this is based on the lease. And we have been talking about, because FAM is not just serving San Clemente, that is it the right thing to do for San Clemente to keep subsidizing FAM more than, and with the rent, than any other cities are doing? That's my concern. I also have to think about the residents and what we pay. And in my thinking, I don't understand why FAM, because you have so much support here and you have built it in 22 years here in San Clemente, why you would not go to the other cities and get more from them, because they only have FAM. Most of them down here they list FAM in their housing element. That's it. Why you wouldn't go to them, but you want San Clemente to subsidize more than they do on the rent part? Because just the what we do, we would probably give more or less depending on what the cities are doing. Why not spread it out between the cities you serve? The actual rent part. That's what I'm having trouble with understanding, why you would not be willing to do that, but you want to go look for another place where you've said there's less than 1% availability in the city. So you're going to make everyone that lives here and works for you, volunteers, drives to somewhere else. That's where I meant logistics, and how is that all going to work? Are you going to have the same support in those other cities? It doesn't seem like it, because they don't pay very much.
Yeah, I appreciate the concern and the perspective that is important to take into consideration. And being a fair partner, we did provide originally a proposal. We then understood the concerns and the perspective of that doesn't feel fair, that doesn't feel equitable to San Clemente, and that's the last thing we want to do. We want to make sure that we continue with this partnership, because this is a part of our plan. We see further projects, we see further partnerships with the city of San Clemente. And so we've gone back and we've revised our proposal to all of you to include up to $10,000 a month. For an agency of our size, that is a stretch. Every dollar that we take towards operations, towards a lease, is money away from program. And we realize that. And in order for us to stay in operation, we must do that today. And so we've come to you with that expectation, and we will fundraise and support that to ensure that we continue to pay our rent on time, that we continue to be in good partnership with you, because I realize that from your position, although we are serving disproportionately a higher number of San Clemente residents, even apples to apples comparison with the dollar from another city to the dollar that San Clemente provides, you are receiving a higher ROI. And so we've presented that in a variety of different ways. And if further information is necessary, we will continue with the perspective of being completely transparent and open, and whatever information you need for us to provide to demonstrate that, we are open to doing that. But today, where we stand, yes, San Clemente is providing a resource. We are a partner, and we are serving disproportionately a higher number of San Clemente residents.
So that's all I have for this.
Sure.
Thanks, Mayor James. I just wanted to just point out the table that was provided that, City of San Clemente donated 1% of the cash funding, but our citizens here are receiving 61% of the services. So that's really important to note, even taking into consideration a reduced market rent, we're still by far at $2.5 million valued of the services we provide. So that's important to note. We certainly are getting more than we put in. Thanks.
Mr. Noble.
I'd like to hear the public comments. I don't have any questions of the speaker.
I have a couple of questions. One of the things we'll do tonight, and I haven't discussed this with my fellow council members, but one of the things we have to do, whether we do it tonight at some other point, is by extending this lease, we're just kind of tweaking the lease, and we're not quite subject, and I'm going to probably rely on the city attorney here. We probably don't require, it probably doesn't require a listing with the Surplus Land Act, but this is a process that takes more than a year, 18 months. We will list the property. I'll make a motion tonight to list the property with the Surplus Land Act, but it's nothing you particularly have to worry about. There's nothing nefarious about that, but I just want to let you know that. City Attorney, am I right in my assumption here?
Yes, I think that how you summarize it is accurate.
Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me, I need some elaboration on that. This lease hasn't expired yet. We haven't listed it for lease or sale. So what would be the reason for putting it out there in compliance with the Surplus Land Act?
Mr. Mayor, as I understand your proposal is that the Surplus Land Act compliance is for the listing of the property for the disposal of it, but that the 1-year extension of the lease would allow the current lease to continue, and that would not be affected by the Surplus Land Act. So it would be for the listing of the property as surplus if the city were in fact to dispose of it
In the future. Okay, thank you for
Are
clarifying.
you
Thank
okay
you.
with that? And then the other thing, I think probably communication is key here between FAM and council and management. And we've run into this with several other nonprofits. I would suggest that we do have a significant investment. We can talk about how that how we're contributing versus the services we're getting, but the lease is discounted at this point about 50%. That comes up to about $78,000 a year. There's a loan forgiveness of $51,000 a year, and I thought, and I stand corrected here, I thought we were giving you a grant of community development block grant of $67,000. That's not correct. It's $43,000, but altogether 180, 190,000. I would like to see. I'd like to get your thoughts on this, because I think this would be something that would actually improve our relationship, to name a board member as an ex officio non-voting board member of FAM, and then that way we can observe the widget making in the process. Would you have any objection to that? You might have to change your bylaw, and I understand that. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Mayor James, that's a very kind offer, and one that I will have to go back to the board on.
Sure.
It would change our bylaws, and that's beyond what I have authority to decide on today.
But I just wanted to understand your receptiveness of that sort of offer, and I'm not sure the council will go with it, but it'll be part of a motion I'll make later.
Yeah, I think if the benefit is the communication strengthening, being the host city and having that partnership, I would rate the communication as high. We provide ongoing reports both on compliance matters as well as success matters. And so if there's room for us to improve on that ongoing reporting, we're completely open to doing that. We understand the demands on council. And if there's room for additional engagement, whether it be advisory or additional phone calls or whatever it is that will satisfy that communication back to the council as a whole, we are open to doing, I am open to doing that today. When it comes to a matter of the board, our board is a governing board. And so there are additional responsibilities and authorities that the board have that may pose a conflict as we are receiving subsidies from the council. So I just want to be aware of what conflicts may arise if we were to move forward with changing our bylaws and moving in that direction.
Okay, that's all I have.
I thought this was the time to ask questions.
Okay, no,
instead of
I-
making comments, but because so many comments were made, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay.
I just want to say, I'm not particularly troubled at all by the 22-year time frame that we've been interacting with FAM, or the fact that they thought 5 years ago they'd relocate and they haven't been a relocation. I'm not concerned about that at all. I think what makes a community dynamic and thriving and a pleasant place to live is to have churches and compassionate nonprofits like FAM be involved in our community. And compassion isn't an issue of equity or fairness. Compassion isn't equitable, it's generous. And I think as the governing body of the city, we need to do all we can to encourage FAM. And that said, that wasn't an applause line. You know, we've been compassionate with commercial operations. We took 24 Carat, which is in our city, one of our premier facilities, the beach club, and because of the COVID and because of economic situations, we gave them an extension of time and additional benefits. So I think we can do no less here. The fact that they will be moving, the FAM has expressed a desire to move. I think we ought to do everything we can to ease that transition. And I think we ought to keep the rent as it is for that, grant the lease, give them rent concessions by not increasing the rent. In my opinion, we ought to reduce it to make the transition easier for it. I'd move we reduce it by $2,000 a month. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Public comments. Oh,
Am I gonna, is this the time to make comments? or-
No,
Yeah.
we're gonna save them for the.
We've gone all over. Well, I want to thank you, Elizabeth, for your great leadership of FAM. I think it's a fantastic organization, and I think it does a lot of good work, and I think it makes San Clemente look good. And thank you for all of you for coming out here as well. If there's always room for improvement. By the way, I agree with everything that Steve said, right? So I'm not going to go too much beyond there. I think there's always room for improvement. There's always room for community feedback. Are there things FAM could do better? Sure, right? Are there things that where the city should have some say in how things go? Sure, right? FAM started in San Clemente. It's located in San Clemente. There should be that back and forth, and I think there's room for that. But I tend to agree with Steve. I don't like trying to leverage a nonprofit to make a buck. And so I would want to stick with I think I'd want to stick with the current rent as far as the extension and assist FAM in making that transition, which you've been very open and honest about trying to do. So that's where I think I'm headed.
I'll save my comments for after. I'm looking forward to hearing.
Okay,
people
public
speak.
comments.
Okay, I'll read 3 names at a time. First is Donna Vedrine, followed by Mark and Meyer, followed by Karen Williams.
Good evening. I'm Donna Vidrine. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. I come this evening in support of the city continuing their partnership with FAM through the leasing of city-owned office space and to oppose the proposed rental increase. FAM is providing crucial emergency assistance, including food and rental assistance to thousands of low-income families, seniors, and veterans. It's worth noting that San Clemente and Camp Pendleton residents comprise 75% of FAM's clients. They are working hard every day for us. Their team of invested volunteers, many of whom are San Clemente residents, including my husband and myself, recognize the importance of FAM to this community. Government needs partners like FAM to do what it cannot or will not. In short, FAM has not only been a good tenant, they have helped us to greatly expand the resources available to the neediest among us. That's probably why they've been recognized among the best of San Clemente by the San Clemente Times, earned the coveted 4-star rating from Charity Navigator for their strong fiscal management and commitment to accountability and transparency, and were named Prophet of the Year by State Senator Pat Bates. They also helped secure over $6 million in rental assistance to house the homeless and help people who are vulnerable to remain housed during these challenging times. Those dollars go into the pockets of local property owners and helps our local economy. We should not be increasing their current rent of nearly $80,000 a year to $120,000 a year, asking a nonprofit that has been a genuine partner to the city of San Clemente and provides services desperately needed by our community to absorb a 30% increase in their rent is unfair, unjustified, and unworthy of our city leaders, who should evaluate this proposal on a more than a strict bottom line dollars and cents viewpoint. I would argue that the value FAM brings to our community more than compensates for the reduced rent they pay San Clemente. They are the heart and soul of our city, an organization that helps those who would otherwise fall through the cracks, maintain housing and access services, and presenting them with this proposed rental increase when you know that addressing the complexities of COVID has added to their workload and strained their resources seems unnecessarily cruel and heartless. If you take this action, you will be sending a message that you don't care, and I don't want to believe that is true. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Inmeyer, and I'm a San Clemente resident, born and raised. Thank you, council members, for hearing our concerns today about the proposal for the renewal of the families. As you have heard, and will continue to hear from your constituents about the benefits of this organization, which there are many more than what are going to be said tonight, I want you to take a moment to look at this from a larger picture. I want you to think not just about the individuals who will be impacted by your decisions, but also what does this say about who the people of San Clemente are and how we want to be represented to the rest of the world. For the fundamental question being posed tonight is, how do we want to spend our money? I would argue that the majority of people of San Clemente are generous, compassionate people, and FAM is a staple of our community that shows that generosity and compassion. I would encourage the council to reflect on that sentiment in your decisions going forward with FAM. The other question being posed through this issue is, who is the city for? Is the city encompassing everyone that lives here, or whether they have a mortgage, they pay rent, or neither? The answer to that question is yes, which I would argue it is, and the city has the utmost responsibility to all of its citizens. And FAM is one of the best tools that we have as a city to make sure that the concerns of all of these citizens are addressed. If we as a city believe this, then it is our responsibility to support this organization by whatever means possible. More specifically, by the renewal of the lease with the city. I would implore you that helping our most vulnerable is not just our responsibility, but it is also the right thing to do. Thank you for listening and your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Williams, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a member of St. Clements by the Sea Episcopal Church, and I'm also the CEO of 211 Orange County. Being part of 211OC, I'm aware of the needs in San Clemente of the people who call us for help every single day. And we get thousands of your residents, of San Clemente's residents, who do call us. Here's a snapshot of what those people look like. 60% of the women who call from San Clemente are looking for help, many times for rental assistance. 91% are English speaking. 81% are white and Caucasian. 27% have a disability. Other demographics are they're primarily in the 25 to 54-year-old range, but followed up closely by seniors, and then the demographic group of 55 to 64. Teenagers, veterans, and the majority of them are either single or they have up to 2 children. The main needs are, as we mentioned, the housing and rental assistance, healthcare, utility assistance, food and meals, mental health and addiction, legal services, family and community support. Our motto at 2110C is love, compassion, community. What makes a community are all the various parts, as was so eloquently just explained. San Clemente, I feel, is really special because it's retained the community feeling. And my belief is that the city of San Clemente should look at FAM as an asset that shows the best of the human side of the community, which is lifting each other up. I encourage you to do everything that you can to keep FAM located here in this lovely city. The people need FAM, and I believe so does the city.
Next will be Avril Silver Westrick, followed by Kirk Steele, followed by Jay Peterson.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Avril Silver Westrick. My husband and I have been proud San Clemente residents since 2009. We are owners and partners of the San Clemente office of Keller Williams Realty, which opened in San Clemente in 2005. In the winter of 2011, I was asked by the board of directors of FAM to find the nonprofit corporation a new office location in San Clemente. I learned that the old fire department building located at 1030 Calle Negocio was vacant and that the city was looking for a tenant. In the lease negotiations, Rob Johnston of Johnston Pacific represented the city and I represented FAM. On January 12, 2012, a 5-year lease was executed by the parties. James Everett was the mayor of San Clemente at the time. Shortly thereafter, the FAM board of directors invited me to become a board member and to continue to assist the organization with real estate matters and others. In mid-2017, I was selected to be the board president. By 2014, it seemed apparent to the city council and city managers that FAM was accomplishing greatly and that FAM's work was a huge benefit to the city. By the fall of 2017, the city was distributing a referral card to the public indicating that those in need of emergency housing and housing assistance were to contact FAM as a provider of that assistance. Also that month, the San Clemente City Council issued a proclamation recognizing October 15th, 2017 as FAM's Hunger Walk Day. Prior to that point, in September 2014, the lease was amended to modify the rent schedule and to add a list of improvements to the premises to be completed by FAM. A second lease amendment was negotiated in August 2015 and signed by the city in September 2016. The city council voted 5-0 in agreement to the lease amendment. I would like to point out that I was vice president at the time, and there was never a discussion at the board of directors that FAM would be terminating the lease permanently after the 5 years. There was never a discussion that FAM would be leaving the city. I think the council members were given slightly incorrect information. The discussion, and by contrast, from the city manager at the time was that the city intended to be selling the property at the end of the lease term. And so that was expressed to the board
you
and the board
very
had
much.
to,
Thank you.
had
That's good.
to
Thank you.
come up with eventualities.
Good evening. I am Kirk Steele. My wife Bonnie and I are 30-year residents of San Clemente and have been actively involved in FAM for 10 years, both as donors and volunteers. I joined the board of directors about 5 years ago, and for the last couple of years have been on the executive committee. You could say I know a little bit about this wonderful organization. I had some prepared remarks here, but in light of the discussions that I've heard, I think I'm going to cut right to the chase. As Averill said, going back, there was never any discussion on the part of FAM that we wanted to leave San Clemente. I don't know where that misperception came from. It's incorrect. The board today does not believe that and does not want to leave San Clemente. I would suggest if this council values us and wants us to stay in San Clemente, let's not talk about a 1-year lease. Let's talk about a 5-year, a 10-year lease. We'll be here. We want to serve this community. You talk about other cities getting more benefit out of what San Clemente provides. You provide 1% of our operating income, 2% of our in-kind, and you get 61% of the money back. That's $2.5 million. What kind of an investment is that? It's a great investment. If I could do that in my personal portfolio, they'd be writing Wall Street Journal articles about me. So I'll make it simple. We appreciate the sentiment that we've heard expressed from several of the council members. And I would say, if you want to keep us here, give us 5 years, give us 10 years. We'd be happy to take it. Thank you.
My name is Jay Pedersen, and I've been a resident here in San Clemente for 18 years. My wife's been a volunteer 16 of those years at FAM. In the last year, I became a board member myself. FAM represents the very best of us. There are those who mistakenly label the organization as one which enables or attracts homelessness in our community. But I'm here to say that nothing could be further from the truth. The charter and mission of FAM is, in fact, to prevent homelessness, to be a solution to this widespread issue we all want addressed. As we are all called to serve each other, this great organization lends a helping hand for those who in some way are marginalized. They don't just provide food or rental assistance or housing to the needy, but instead teach these clients how to sustain themselves. All clients must be part of a counseling program to be lifted up and out of their situation. FAM started in a closet-sized room out of a garage off El Camino. Many of the citizens of San Clemente saw what it could achieve, got involved, and helped it to grow over the past 15 plus years into the size that it is today. An organization that won the esteemed California 2021 Nonprofit of the Year Award. FAM provides our children, our seniors, and all of us seeking a way to serve the community a chance to volunteer and help those in need. It feels good. It's our calling. It's what we're asked to do as human beings caring for one another. Our religious community and many of our schools support FAM and use it as a mechanism for our youth to learn what it means to be in the service of others. I'm proud to live in this great city. I'm proud to be associated with this great FAM organization. If San Clemente loses FAM, we lose a vital part of our community. Could FAM succeed elsewhere? Yeah, of course. But it would be a travesty for San Clemente to lose a major part of its heart and soul and be the place where FAM used to be. I ask this honorable city council to please think about FAM not just as an expense, not as a burden, not as a part of a homeless problem, but instead as a great vital service that's part of a community solution that enables all of us to provide a helping hand to those temporarily in need, and that answers a calling that is the most basic for humanity. We want to stay at San Clemente.
Frank Wagner, followed by Dick Vale, followed by Irene McCann, followed by Tony Rubelino.
I'm not a San Clemente resident. I'm a Lake Forest resident. I volunteer at many nonprofits. FAM is one of them. I volunteer at Disabled Sports Eastern Sierra. I volunteer at Hart's Worm Farm. I volunteer at the Orange County Great Park Farm Food Lab. And on the issue of the various food distributions in Orange County, I see there's like 300 of them. There's about 150 in South Orange County. And I've actually volunteered, watched them, audited them, participated different ways, most of them. And I've seen stuff that people get confused about these organizations. They think these organizations help the people on the street only. They help normal people. Some people cannot get food stamps because food stamps, you cannot get food stamps if you have more than $1,500 in the bank. Which to me, when I found that out from social services, floored me. It's forcing them to stay there. Organizations like this help them not get in that hole. Because how do they get out of it? And as far as how much they're charging rent, Second Harvest, to my understanding, in their Irvine office, only pays $1 a month or a year with a 99-year lease. Is Irvine better than San Clemente in this aspect? And this facility is not a current building. There's issues with it, which FAM is responsible for. A new roof, which from what I understand is like $120,000 a year. Some of the pipes, the copper in them are starting to leak. So they're gonna have to repipe it. This is probably one of the decisions taken into account on why to move. And you need a certain facility to do what they do. And this was a fire station, not a food distribution center or hub. And of all the food pantries I've watched, observed, volunteered at, FAM is one of the best ones. And I've worked at Irvine in the Great Park or near the Great Park at the research station where there's 45 acres for Second Harvest. I've planted in the grounds. I've helped distribute that. I even have to help dispose of the waste because Second Harvest screwed it up, giving pallets of food to one distribution, yet the other distributions at the same time didn't get any. And FAM is, like I said, one of the best ones, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Council people, my name is Dick Vale and I'm a long-term resident since 1975 here in San Clemente. I've been a 30-year member of the Board of Directors of the Boys and Girls Club as well as the AOSO. And I've been the last 9 years, I've been a board member of FAM as well as 3 years as chairman. I come today to give you a little different perspective on what FAM does. I started the FAM golf tournament 9 years ago. I came to you and asked you for the golf course for free and a shotgun, if you remember. Well, I was at the FAM at the 1030 Negocio building one day, and I'm sitting there waiting to see the event coordinator. And she's busy, and so I was sitting there waiting, and gal beside me says, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I'm trying to start a golf tournament." And I said, "What are you doing here?" And she says, "Well, I'm living in Gilchrist House." And she says, I came out here from Wisconsin with my husband and 3 kids. My husband was supposed to get a job and it didn't work out. And he got a little desperate and belligerent and started beating on us. I had to move out, so I took my 3 kids and we've been living in a car. Living in a car in back of OC Tavern, you know, that alleyway by the golf course we always complain about. That's where she was living with the kids. She ends up going to a church and the church sends her to FAM. FAM, luckily for her, has a room at Gilchrist House. So that night they put her into Gilchrist House with all 4 people in a bed. They provided her with food, clothing, and actually they provided her with help to get a resume, to get a job, and actually the clothing to get a job. What happens is FAM's Gilchrist House that you all know so well, that you are a partner with, saved this woman's life. She said to me, they saved my life, FAM and Gilchrist House. She was just getting out into an apartment the following week. She had a job and she was going to go on with society. This is what FAM does. This is God's work in the community. We need help. We can't move out of town. We want to be here. We've always wanted to be here. I don't know where this idea came from. I agree with Averill and Kirk. No, we never, I've been on the board 9 years. We never talked about moving out of San Clemente. So please, I'm sorry. Sorry, just you thought that, but that's not true, not from my perspective. So I ask you to consider us, this is what we are, FAM, we are for the people. We help you do your job even. So we thank you for the opportunity and I look forward to doing good stuff for San Clemente through FAM.
Good evening. Thank you, City Council members, for this opportunity to speak regarding this topic. My name is Irene McKeown, and I have been a resident of San Clemente since 1999, and I am a parishioner of Our Lady of Fatima Catholic Church. I'm also on the board of Family Assistance Ministries. I recently retired from a 30-year plus corporate career, and part of my motivation in retiring was to give back and devote my time and talents helping those in need in my local community. My Catholic faith and social teachings guide me to respect life, recognize the dignity of every human person, and to serve those in need. After much discernment, I decided to get involved with FAM, as well as to become a tutor at the Boys and Girls Club in San Clemente. I spent time volunteering at FAM, both in the warehouse and at the front desk, so that I could engage with our clients before I made the decision to join the board. What I experienced through these interactions while volunteering reinforced for me all that I had heard about the good work that FAM does. I have also participated in job counseling workshops at FAM, and I was a VITA tax preparer volunteer to provide free tax service to our clients for our local community. I see firsthand the amazing work that FAM does, helping our neighbors in need with resources for food, shelter, supportive services, just to name a few. 94% of the people that we serve are housed and just need someone to walk alongside them in their time of need. The people we serve are our neighbors, and it could be one day any one of us. There, by the grace of God, go I. If you haven't done so, I would encourage you, along with my fellow neighbors of San Clemente, to visit us and see what we do and to see the results that we achieve. I am guided by my faith to love my neighbor as myself, and I respectfully ask that you accept our request for an extension on our current location so that we can continue to serve our neighbors in need. Thank you for your consideration.
This really reminds me of the theory of two movies playing on one screen, that there's one reality occurring, and yet depending on who's watching that film, you have two completely different perspectives on opposite ends of the spectrum. Many have been waken up to the realities of FAM's presence in San Clemente and the population that it draws. I sent you all a PowerPoint presentation of photos and videos that have been collected over the years. And they just, when you have stories or theories or really impressive numbers or things like that, the reality is that there's a danger element that's attracted and surrounding the area around FAM. The presentation was not able to get uploaded based off of the time restriction, but I'll just kind of go through some of the pictures. One of the pictures are of some individuals on their bikes having returned from FAM with food distribution and then heading into the canyon across Pico corridor down into Marblehead. And we all know this is not, a presumption or an assumption or anything like that. There have been fires in canyons, and there have been abandoned encampments that have been cleaned up. And we found FAM materials in there. We found FAM food distribution labels on items that had to be cooked over an open flame in these dry brush areas. And these cleanups and restoration of these areas that get destroyed in the process fall not on FAM, they fall on the residents, the HOAs, the city, the first responders who then have to put their lives in harm's way to put out fires next to homes in the community across the street from the high school. These are huge, dangerous elements that FAM has a correlation to. One of the other pictures I sent you is of an individual who has zero ties to San Clemente, rode a trike from out of state, came to San Clemente, found FAM, and has never left since. And there are pictures of him frequenting FAM. From the emails we've come across through public records, there's mailboxes, there's food distribution, et cetera. We've seen videos and that I've shared with previous councils of individuals who are clearly high, going into FAM, getting their food, and then leaving still high. That the screening process seems to have failed. We've seen individuals who we were able to locate their social media and have made numerous questionable posts of things that are not appropriate to mention in this forum about what they'd like to do while they were here in San Clemente and with whom, while they were also receiving services from FAM. We've seen any time of the morning or afternoon, you can see suitcases crossing the street by FAM. So please, council, take care of this.
That was the end of the speakers.
So Mayor, if I may, there was a number of comments made about the last lease extension, and I want to mention something that I did not say. I inadvertently did not bring it up. I forgot about it. It was mentioned that this building no longer worked for them. I probably overstated. If I didn't state that, you thought, and I stated, Sam was looking at a more central location. That's a byproduct, I think, a comment that was made, but the building not working for FAM anymore is definitely something that I was told. And when I hear, I'm a little bit concerned, city manager, about repairs and things going on at that. And I don't, it's sounding like things are not going well. Maybe somebody said that's why they want to leave the building. And I do believe they do want to leave that building. So my question is, Mayor, was it the comment that if we did the one-year extension, it would not pose a problem with the Surface Land Act if we decide to do that tonight? It did not. If we did the one-year extension. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was no lease at all, no extension, only didn't trigger it, or it was the one-year extension was okay.
A one-year extension will not trigger the Surplus Land Act.
All right. So Mayor, we have before us an offer from FAM to pay $10,000 a year. It's still less for a one-year extension. That's the offer that's here. I think I appreciate FAM doing that and wanting to rise to that. I appreciate that very much. I think that we should go with that. The one-year extension, it doesn't hamper anything to do. They can look for another property that suits their needs better, because that is what I was told when we gave the 5-year extension last time. And that's what my vote was on. My vote was on that 5-year extension, knowing that they were probably going to leave our building. And if it is in such bad shape, we're going to have consequences there. But that would be my motion for that, the offer that you,
Can you hold your motion while we have discussion?
yeah, yep.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor James. Well, first, we've had 3 board members tonight say FAM never had intentions of leaving the building and leaving San Clemente. So I know Councilmember Ward, you continue to say that they want to leave the building, but you got to listen to the people that have been on this board for all these years, even before you joined council. They don't want to leave. So we've got that factually clarified tonight. And I just want to comment that I think $10,000 a month is punitive. That's thousands and thousands of dollars more for a nonprofit to pay, 30% more, and just takes money out of the pockets of the people that they could help at a time when inflation is 9.1%. We're on looming recession right now. Gas prices are going to hit $7 before we know it in Orange County, and food prices have just skyrocketed. So I don't support the $10,000. I appreciate that FAM's willing to pay the $10,000 if forced to do so, but that again just strengthens the argument of the 3 board members that there was never any intention to leave the site or San Clemente. And then just reiterating that between San Clemente and Camp Pendleton, we receive 75% of the benefit from BAM compared to all the other entities. And we don't operate in a vacuum. I mean, not every city has a food pantry or a FAM, right, that provides essential services to people to prepare to get a job, to work, rental vouchers to help get people back on their feet. And I do value what FAM does. I think that we would see a lot more homelessness in our town if it wasn't for FAM. I think that they definitely lift people out of homelessness. As you see, 94% of the people that they serve are in fact housed. So these facts don't lie. But I certainly support what they do too, in terms of one of the speakers mentioned about the youth, how many youth volunteer at FAM. My sons did for several years from 5th through 8th grade. And it really does teach our youth what it means to serve others. Very good example. So therefore, some issues that one of the speakers mentioned tonight, I don't know how the board might be able to address those in terms of the issues with some people coming in high, leaving high, going in the canyons and causing a safety hazard for others. But I'd like to see the board address that and perhaps give some ideas to the city of how that could be remedied and perhaps even solved in the future, because that's not good for our community. And it's a strain on resources as well, if that is happening in great numbers. But those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Mr. Nobla.
Yeah, there seems to be a little bit of confusion about the intent of FAM to stay in San Clemente in the current facility. My impression was that it was the intention of FAM to leave and they needed time. Apparently, we've had board members here tonight to say that isn't the case, and it wasn't the case when the 5-year lease was entered into, we're told. And that testimony is very believable and very credible in my opinion. It seems like we're here tonight because the pressure that the city seems to have put on FAM regarding the rent and regarding the facility. When I first decided to run for the city council over 2 years ago, and I was looking at the city facilities, I was told that facility was the location for a new city hall, that was a prime location for a new city hall, and that FAM ultimately would be leaving when their lease was up and we would be building a city hall. That decision's been made differently. Our city hall is being built, is going to be completed another month or two down on the other side of Cali Negocio. So that's not an issue. I think another concern that I have is that the offer that FAM has made, as Councilwoman Ferguson mentioned, is very generous, but it seems to me that offer was made in response to the city saying to you, we're going to double your rent. And that concept was never approved by this council. The staff may have recommended it, but this council never authorized or approved an increase of that kind of rent. So I understand you're negotiating and say, give us some relief from the sort of Damocles you're hanging over our head. So that's understandable, but I think I agree with Laura that that may be excessive. Regarding the designation of the building under the Surplus Land Act, to me, that's kind of putting a bookend on the involvement of FAM in the city. By doing that, we're saying we'll let you stay, but by golly, there's an end date, and the Surplus Land Act is going to drive us to declare the land surplus, and then we have to unload it. I don't know that we have to unload it. I don't know that rental income from FAM may not be a good long-term solution. I mean, we've got a huge unfunded pension liability that a consistent and reliable rental income for the reduction might be a benefit. So I don't know that I could support a designation of declaring that surplus land. Also, I want to comment on a suggestion that was made earlier by the mayor regarding the governance issue. And I appreciate Jean's desire to make sure that our involvement is open and transparent, and that we're aware of what's going on. But in my opinion, I appreciate that concern. My concern is that the city has enough to do managing its own business. I don't think we need to be managing the business in an oversight role of a very successful and profitable and compassionate and profitable nonprofit organization. So I don't know that I could support that concept. I think it was suggested by one board member that we grant a longer term. I don't like negotiating long-term leases from the dais, but I understand that concern. I'm surprised to hear that FAM isn't planning and intentionally leaving. So I'm in favor this evening, what's before us. I'm in favor of extending the lease. I'm in favor of not increasing the rent. I don't know that there's support for reduction, but I certainly am not in favor of increasing the rent at all. So with that said, when the proper time comes, Mr. Mayor, I'll be making a motion to extend the lease and to not increase the rent.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Steve said. And I mean, my perspective boils down to this. If there's problems with FAM, if there's problems with any nonprofit organization, I think the city goes to the organization and says, hey, we want you to look at this, or we want you to fix it, not get out of here. You're done. We're moving on. We don't like what you're doing. So we're going to move. We're going to not extend the lease. So what I would like to see is that line of communication start, that those concerns be shared, a forum for FAM to respond, and to some of the claims that we've gotten by email and otherwise about people being turned away, people not being given services, people being given food without counseling and allowed to go wherever, because that's not my impression of how the system's supposed to work. And so I'd like to see that, but in the interim, again, I see so many benefits from FAM for the city. I see that FAM makes the city look so good. FAM is a family, the city is a family. And so it fits perfectly for San Clemente, such a family-oriented town, to help us take care of each other. And what really resonates again is those people who were saved from being homeless through the efforts of FAM. That's the important part. That's really hard to get even a number on, but you know that that's happened. And of course, the family shelter, which I've toured and is incredibly impressive and so meaningful, and why we don't have families on our streets, because we have FAM's family shelter. That's my perspective, and we'll see how Steve's motion comes.
So I think the Surplus Land Act is going to have to be invoked at some point in time. We don't have to invoke it tonight, but I do believe it's going to have to be invoked. I'm confused tonight. I thought FAM intended to move out of that building. I was told that it did not meet their needs. Now everything has changed, and I'm not going to quote people, but I was told from reliable sources it did not meet their needs, and they were going to move. I heard a board member here saying that he wants a 5 or 10 or 15-year lease. I think that's what he said.
Was that a board member?
I
I'm
think
not
it-
sure.
I think
I think it was a volunteer.
it was a board member. So we're getting conflicting messages from the FAM board at this point. I'm not prepared to support anything less than $10,000 this evening. So I will be a no vote, but mostly I'm a no vote because I'm not sure FAM knows what they want to do at this point in time. I've been respectful of everything you said. Why don't you try some respect going the other way? Ha ha ha. So I'm not going to support anything less than $10,000 tonight. But for council, I need to ask.
Should we have Elizabeth Andrade address that question? I mean, she's the spokesperson for FAM.
Yeah,
you
she
give us a
can.
definitive-
Then we're deciding it from the dais again.
Well, I'd
And-
just like to
Well,
get a
sure,
definitive
answer a question.
understanding.
Let's find out what they have to say.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity again. So to clear up, we understand that the desire of the city has been to sell the building. And so it's very challenging to operate with the information that we're getting, whether it will be sold, not sold, lease extension or not. So perhaps when the comment was made about it not meeting our needs, potentially that's the concern that was being addressed, is the lack of planning that we're able to do because of the desire that we've been made aware of the council to potentially sell. That building has been shared by the board members. And so I can tell you today, our lease indicates that we are responsible for what's inside of the building and on top of the building, that includes the roof. And so we know that the building is not falling apart. It is well maintained. We pride ourselves in creating a dignified space for the people that we serve, as well as our volunteers and our staff. And so today I will confirm my previous statement in saying that we would like to stay. We understand that the opportunity was at the $10,000 a month level. We were made aware of that. And we were also given the opportunity for up to a 1-year extension. So that's what you have before you. I believe that the letter from FAM indicates up to $10,000. So there is room to negotiate that down. There was not a definitive 10,000. But again, our reason for being here today is we need more time. If the city decides to sell that building, we need to find another building. Is it going to just be disruptive to our operation? Is it going to be expensive? Yes, of course, those things are going to happen. And so would it be best to serve our community to stay where we are? Yes, if that is an option, we would like to discuss that opportunity.
Are you talking about discussing the opportunity beyond 1 year?
Yes, if that is an option, I would love to discuss that opportunity.
You know what, Mayor, it's already been said we don't want to do the dais. I
No,
think that's
no.
something that the mayor should
Can I
be doing.
finish, please?
Sure. But-
So I think
Mine was actually going to be a motion. Oh, yeah.
So I think what we need to do here this evening is maybe we need to punt this, and maybe your board, and so your board can come back with definitively what you want.
I think I've expressed the desire of FAM to extend our lease if there is an option beyond the 1-year term. We would like to explore that. For today, we are prepared to go up to $10,000 with 1-year lease. Again, it will, it's not ideal, but we need to know how long we have in this building. And so moving this on, I would say if you could agree on a 1-year lease or as is rate or whatever the desire of the council is, that would be greatly beneficial to our planning purposes. But I would continue to have that door open for that conversation about beyond that 1-year extension.
So okay, I think I'll meet you in the middle here. I think what we can do is we can have that vote tonight, but I think we need an assumption that we're then going to have meaningful discussion between, we could create a subcommittee between the subcommittee and FAM on exactly what, what you're looking for in the future. Would council go with that?
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
City manager, is it normally the city manager that renegotiates that lease and brings it to the council?
In previous leases, that's been the practice. It's obviously the direction of the
This
council.
is different.
I would throw out one caution. If the council wanted to deliberate beyond the 1-year term renewal that you're talking about today and looking at a longer term, I would caution, and we would have to go back because any substantial changes to the lease
That's what I'm saying.
could trigger the Surplus Land Act. And so that would be something that we would need to do our due diligence
We
on.
don't, I guess we don't
Legal,
have to
is
take
that
that.
true?
Yeah, the definition of lease is not, the surplus land act can be triggered by a lease if it's a significant lease in terms of years or changes to the land.
So tonight, if we said
So-
5 years, that would trigger.
Well, that's what
surplus
I
land
think
act?
we want to confirm is whether it's the 5 years is going to trigger the surplus land act or whether it would be exempt. And so it's a significant change. I think under 5 years would be less, we would need to do less due diligence on that.
Okay, so less than
One-
5 years.
1 year clearly wouldn't trigger, 5 years probably wouldn't either, but we're not
Yeah.
talking about a longer term right now. But to address the issue before us tonight, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion. And again, I want to premise my motion regarding the rent issue on the fact that FAM counter proposed an offer that this board never authorized. So I'm going to make a motion that we receive and file the administrative report of July 19, 2022, file it with the city clerk, and that we approve and authorize the mayor to execute contract C12-01, a building lease extension by and between the city of San Clemente and Family Assistant Ministries for 1 year at an unchanged rental rate. And after that, then I think, as the mayor suggested, we have some serious negotiations with FAM leadership on what the long-term intentions of that organization are.
Second.
Can I add a
Please.
friendly amendment to that, Councilmember Noblock? It's not just the rent. We also have to negotiate what is done or what is required in that lease. Because we were not talking about anything else tonight except the 1 year. If we're going to talk about anything else that the city manager negotiate, we see,
I'm talking
come to a
about
meeting in the minds of what we're
contract
doing in the building.
1201, which has a $10,000 per month rental rate. I'm suggesting we approve that contract at the existing rate, not
No.
the increased rate.
I see that. So yours is a substitute motion because I already made a motion that's on the floor that we did it at the up to 10,000 1 year extension that was offered for them. I made that motion earlier.
But I don't think it was seconded.
No, it wasn't, but you asked for it to wait for
Right, I did.
discussion. So,
Okay, I'll wait for your second then, if you already have a motion.
right. So I don't hear a second. I'm not going to be able to vote for the no change in that. And I already said the reasons why.
So motion by Noblock, second by Mayor Pro Tem Duncan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No,
But I-
Opposed?
opposed.
Opposed.
If I may, just, I'd
Let
like
me
to,
let me record the
okay,
vote.
go ahead.
3-2 with James and Ward. No.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Yes, I just wanted to mention to the city manager, just this report, it was missing a couple key things tonight that confused me. I had to actually do some follow-up, but it's missing a couple things. And Miss Andretti had mentioned earlier, it was missing critical information that Miss Ward was asking about in a letter she provided about a month or so ago. And then it was missing the letter that prompted the response letter that staff included from Miss Andretti. There was actually a letter from Mayor James that was missing. So please make sure to include all of the documents, layer them for context in the future. It would be very helpful, I think, for the public as well. Thank you.
Can I ask you what letter from me has anything to do with this?
It's a letter from Miss Andretti about FAM and the services and the cities provided. And
Because
that
I
was
asked
in a
for
letter
clarification.
about a month and maybe a month and a half ago or so. That was missing. And then as was a letter from Mayor James to Miss Andretti.
Okay, you said Mayor Ward. Thank you,
Okay.
sorry about that.
You're welcome.
5-minute break.
Oh, good.
James?
Can we get started?
It did. In fact, when I walked across the room, I thought that's what it was.
Okay. Going back to item 10B, this is consideration of adding oral communications part two.
Before we go any
Yes.
further, let's clear the whoever's. I'm going to make a motion that we eliminate, that we defer item 10C and 10E this evening, and which would make item 10B our last item, I believe. Is that correct, City Manager?
That's correct. Yeah.
I'll
What
second
items were
that.
those again? 10,
Um,
10.
we already decided that we were going to punt A and D, and now I'm suggesting that we punt C
E,
and E.
and I seconded that.
Okay.
Who seconded?
Ward. Motion by James, second by Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Item 10B, City Clerk.
10B is consideration of adding oral communications part two to the council meeting agenda template. I do have 2 speaker cards on this item.
Please.
Donna Vedrine, followed by Tony Rubelino.
Please add oral communications part 2 to the city council meeting agenda template. It should definitely be added, even more important with the public session divided in 2 parts with 1 hour between business meeting, part 1 and business meeting part 2. Not everyone can be available at 5 p.m. with work and family responsibilities, so having oral communication part 2 after 7 is necessary for public accessibility to participate in city council meetings. I prefer having closed session prior to an uninterrupted city council business meeting starting at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think Donna and I agree at all, ever, on anything. But we agree here. So the previous meeting setup, oral comm was a little after, 6 o'clock, right? And then there was a second opportunity at the end of the meeting before council comments to go ahead and share anything that may have gotten missed, anybody that's not able to attend. And now with the new setup, it's bumped up to a little after 5 o'clock. So that excludes an even larger amount of the population in San Clemente who are at work. And say if somebody gets off at 5, they're not going to be able to get down here. And so I don't know if it would be almost tantamount to an attack on free speech. Just being able to weigh in with our public officials, our electeds, city management, things like that. So I would definitely appreciate having oral comm 2 added back on to the end of the meeting. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, being a staunch advocate of free speech, would definitely support that without a doubt, even if it means some presentations targeted at assembly campaigns in the near future. So let's go ahead and add that on, council. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see, is there another speaker?
We got another card from Amanda.
Okay.
I have a PowerPoint presentation. Is anybody going to put the PowerPoint presentation? Oh, sorry. Sorry. I thought maybe Cade was back there.
No, Kate.
Okay, sorry. Next slide, please. Basically, gosh, I spoke about this back in, was it May? And in removing oral communications part 2, it seems that the city is suppressing our First Amendment rights in the right of free speech and the right to petition government. Next slide, please. Next slide. On March 5th, sorry, next slide. I think those out of order. On March 15th, members of the dais voted to remove oral communications part 2. And it was a vote of 4-0. Council member Ferguson absent. One of the concerns was that, you know, how did this happen? And it was done by the subcommittee led by Mayor James and Mayor Pro Tem Duncan. And I think it's very important to note that, you know, people speak at these council meetings to voice their concerns about city matters. There's a lot of research that goes into preparation, such as reading lengthy agenda reports, researching government codes, case law, reaching out to government agencies and representatives such as Senator Pat Bates and Assembly Member Lori Davies. Sometimes people are caught off guard about a city council meeting and they race down, or they're just getting off of work. So having a oral communications part 2 allows them or allows people to voice their concerns and exercise their First Amendment rights. I think it's necessary that we've, you know, seen in local news, voicing our concerns is imperative. I think if you go back a slide or two, I think Council Member Moreno of Anaheim basically said that one voice does matter, and or one person, Moreno said, one voice does matter. Next slide, please. There was some news regarding a city council member for Anaheim, and they had a vote, and it was after 2 hours of public comment. And I think that really needs to, we really need to pay attention to that, because other cities and other governmental agencies like the TSA board of directors also has 2 sections of oral communications, and even they put in a third, you know, at times. So it seems that, you know, we've gone totally the opposite of being ahead of the TCA and also in being deficient in that matter. And one thing that was brought up today on a previous city regarding Mayor Pro Tem Duncan being up in Sacramento, that that he was in support of AB 1224 or 1224 for Senator Pat Bates. That is not true, because I was in contact with Rhonda Reardon, and that is not true. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure we need to have a lot of debate on this. You know, we went and rearranged, reshuffled the agenda. I think taking out oral communications part 2, although it was saving some time, probably was in retrospect, probably wasn't the right decision. I'll make a motion to add oral communications part 2 for as after item 10, new business.
Second. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
This is of the city clerk. I believe if we add oral communications part 2, the blurb needs to go back in to our rules for addressing council.
Yep.
That if they talked in part 1, they cannot talk about just anything in part 2, right? Because that's not in here anymore. Want to make sure that that's
Okay,
still stipulated.
that's a good catch. So motion by James, second by Ferguson. All in favor?
Quick discussion.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of missed getting ripped by Tony in the second session, so I have to agree. We were trying to be efficient. That was our goal in reorganizing. There was no ill intent. There was no ill intent. But as on many things, we adjust when we see how things work, and I think it's appropriate to have a second oral communication.
Very good. Thank you.
And the activity of the subcommittee was approved by the council at large, so it wasn't subcommittee.
Sure. Yeah, it was all of us.
So all in favor?
Aye.
5-0. City Clerk.
Okay, so moving on to reports, city manager.
Couple of things really quick. I'll try to be brief, but I do have actually quite a few things to communicate. Previously, we had some concerns about the sidewalks around Maxburg Park. I want to let you know that staff will be adding these locations to the next sidewalk repair project. We have a new employee that we're starting within a couple of weeks, and then they will be preparing the scope of work and limits for the next project. So that's something that will be done in this fiscal year. Number two, we've had some council members raise concerns about the on-ramps and off-ramps in San Clemente as it relates to Caltrans responsibility. Staff has been corresponding with Caltrans about the poor landscape conditions, dead vegetation, and weeds along the I-5 corridor within the Caltrans right-of-way. A maintenance crew came out several weeks ago and worked on a few intersections in the northern part of the city. We noticed another crew at Camino de Estrella on Wednesday afternoon. Work has been done at Avenida Pico, but has not been completed yet. Staff previously sent a list of areas needing improvement and unfinished work to Caltrans. This has since been elevated to the district director. I think it's an important note, they're not immune to the hiring issue. We've been told that Caltrans will be hiring 100 new employees in the near future to perform maintenance duties. They are currently understaffed at a ratio of 1 maintenance worker per 128 roadside acres in our area. Some improvements have been made and there's more to come, but staff will continue to keep them pressed to fulfill that responsibility. Also very important, OCTA announced this week that they are going to be delaying the implementation or the pursuing of the Sarah Siding project. I will tell you in a brief press release that they've given to me. Let me make sure I get to the right point. A number of issues have been raised by the community regarding the Sarah Siding proposal, and the team wants to take the time to thoroughly review the proposed project and how it would operate and potential environmental impacts. As OCT has said throughout the project, we take the public input to heart, and it's critical to take the necessary time to ensure environmental concerns raised by the community are adequately addressed. I will pause. They are in the environmental study process of that Sarah Siding project. We don't have a specific timeline to release the draft environmental document, originally expected this summer. We do expect the environmental review of the Sarah Siding project will move forward because it's an important part of the long-term plan to improve passenger rail service in Southern California. It's important to emphasize that the proposed Sarah Siding project in Orange County is solely to enhance passenger rail operations and is not intended to benefit freight trains. We have communicated this fact to both North County Transit District and BNSF, which released a study showing otherwise. OCTA relayed our concerns to the North County Transit District regarding the pathing study that shows an extension of Sarah Siding to allow for increased freight traffic. OCTA was not consulted prior to the study. We have clearly communicated our opposition to any double tracking south of the proposed Sarah Siding project. NT, or the North County Transit District, acknowledged this and agreed to include the currently proposed Sarah Siding project in any future modeling for the rail corridor. So just wanted to make that. I know that was something that many council members have been asking about. We're still on track to do 2x2s, no pun intended, to do 2x2s with the council and OCTA, but it has delayed the environmental study process. And then last but not least, I have 2 contracts to announce. Sandcon Technologies, sewer line rehabilitation and manhole repair for $29,873, and Bob Hall and Associates for a senior planner recruitment for $18,500. And that is all I have to report out. Thank you.
Is Bob Hall who we use for the city manager recruitment?
No, that was you use Bob Murray and
Bob
Associates.
Murray,
for that
thank you.
recruitment.
I
It was
just
similar.
what's that?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
It sounds similar.
And Mayor, if I may just add one more,
Thank you.
sorry, Jennifer, Assistant to the City Manager. They are, OCTA and Caltrans is hosting a scoping meeting for the environmental portion of the I-5 change project. So that's Avenida Pico to the South County line. And they are hosting an in-person and a virtual workshop. The in-person scoping session is on Thursday, July 28th at San Clemente High School from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. The virtual meeting will be held on Tuesday, August 2nd from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m.
You know, it's important to note, because I think a lot of community members don't fully understand this. In the cooperative agreement, you know, the city of San Clemente agreed to HOV lanes, but never agreed to any widening of the I-5. And we need to hold their feet to the fire on that, city manager. City attorney.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
Staff, can you post this on the website?
Yes,
Thanks. This came to my house. It was a mailing. It's on what you just announced, the scoping meeting.
yes, we just received the social media package today from
Oh,
OCTA,
perfect.
so we were
Thanks.
posting that on social media and the city's website.
Excellent. Thank you.
City clerk.
Yes, city attorney,
Um,
anything?
Mayor, council, briefly, there were two Brown Act bills for Brown Act modernization that had been pending in the legislature. I think that Mr. Smith has previously reported on them. AB 1944 and AB 2449. AB 1944 has died, and AB 2449 has taken on some problematic amendments. It's going to go back to the Senate floor in August, but it looks like there may not be Brown Act amendments on the Brown Act amendments. They were updating the teleconferencing provisions of the Brown Act, and one has died entirely, and one has difficult amendments to it that have made the Brown Act confusing. So it's not clear that it's going to get continued support.
Very good. That's it. Council members. Ms. Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor James. I have a few items. The first one is regarding train horns. There are 26 southbound trains a week that stop at the pier. Each of these is required to blast the horn prior to the T Street pedestrian crossing. And the stop is disrupting the signaling device, and both Amtrak and Metrolink Surfliner stops here. So residents have spoken to the manufacturer extensively, and they say that as does OCTA, that it is up to the train operators in the city to modify the signaling devices to account for the brief stops at the pier platform. So before Public Works Director Tom Vonnegut's departure, he had been looking into this, but it hasn't been resolved according to some residents. So I'd like to request that I get support to agendize, if we have to, agendize a city manager bringing back either looking into this himself or having Public Works Director contact the train operators and expect some cooperation with the city so it can be in compliance there. So, and fix this.
Please tell me we still don't have the train horn subcommittee.
No, no, we do not have the train horn subcommittee. This first I'm being made aware of it. If the council would entertain, allow me to work with Public
Yes,
Works and OCTA,
please.
and I'll report back to the
Please.
council.
Second
Thank you.
on that.
Thank you.
Do we have a third? So-
We don't. we
I was
need-
going to report back to the council before the
Yeah.
August meeting
Okay,
based on
that's
this.
fine.
Okay, thank you so much. And then I just have two more items. One, city clerk, could you please put up the letter from July 5th? I just wanted to share a letter with council. It's in response to a public records request I did. There is quite concern from citizens about the cancellation of the June 21st council meeting. So I was surprised it was being proposed to be canceled myself. My PR request simply asked for communications within 72 hours, including the day of the canceled meeting. And I was just surprised that I submitted my request and on June 24th, but I won't receive any records until August 2nd. And I'm just wondering, city manager, what is such the delay on getting such a very short time frame of records I'm seeking? Why, could you answer that for me? Because we're not talking years and thousands of documents. We're just talking a 72-hour time frame.
I cannot answer that. This is the first that's being brought to my attention. I respect the clerk's office and their workloads and I stand behind the letter that's before you.
You've never heard of my request? This is the first time you've
No,
ever heard of my request?
No, I didn't say that. I said, this is the
Yes.
first time I'm hearing of the issue with your request. I'm familiar with your request. But again, I've indicated that I stand behind the city clerk's office with regards to their letter.
And city clerk's office, is your workload so heavy that it's going to take 5 weeks to respond?
I was just going to step up to the mic so you could, so everyone could hear me. We just want to make sure that we do a thorough check of everyone's emails. I have email communications that I've put together, and we just want to make sure IT's doing a thorough search so that we get you
Okay.
everything that you need.
Okay, so the
So-
city manager hasn't intervened in any way?
Oh, no, not at
Okay,
all. We just
thank
want to
you.
make sure we get you the most comprehensive.
Okay, yes, that's
Information
quite a
available.
lengthy amount of time to respond to 3-day requests, 3 days of emails, but thank you, Ms. Campanolo. And then city manager, regarding this canceled meeting, we did have a CR&R trash contract on there that expired the end of June. So that came and went. I know it's going to come back in August because CR&R is going to be flexible there and bring back. But when did they learn of the canceled meeting, city manager?
They learned of it at the same time as we learned of it the night of the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that's all I have for that one. And my last one is an email. Oh, yes, an email that's redacted pertaining to the sharing on the city website for nearly 1.5 years of personal identifying information. And the email that Ms. Campanolo is going to show for everyone is dated January 12th, 2022. When first Ms. Quintanilla had brought it to the attention that about 22 citizens' personal identifying information had been published on the city website in response to their opposition to the censure of me at the hearing back when council members Ham and James and Ward censured me in November 2020. So I'd like to note that nowhere in this email thread, and thank you, Ms. Campanolo, for putting this up for me. Nowhere in this email do I see the staff members, Miss Megan Jimenez, Miss Laura Campanolo, or Mr. Eric Sund asking for any legal advice or discussing any litigation. So I disagree with the blacked out redacted copy here, and I'd like to request that City Council agendize considering waiving the so-called privilege on this information that's been redacted between staff. Thank you. Do I have support for that?
Don't know what it's hard to support that, Laura, if I don't know what has been redacted.
Oh, yes. Excuse me, Mayor James, but when I did request this information completely unredacted as a council member, all of the information was shared with all council members because Ms. Campanolo said multiple council members had asked for the same public records requests, or I'm sorry, council member requests that I did. So that is on the email and you all did receive those documents. So perhaps legal could provide you with the unredacted version copy of this. It did come from, I assume BBK, is that right? City Clerk's Office, BBK?
This is an email between attorneys and.
No, it's not. It's, it
Is
was asking for no legal advice, just
Well, it-
because,
it's
well,
not
yes,
about-
it is. Attorneys are there, but just because attorneys are copied or emailed doesn't make it privileged. The content actually has to be privileged. It has to be attorney-client privilege or deliberative process privilege. Just because an attorney is on the email doesn't protect it as privilege.
I don't think that's true, but
I can send you,
legal counsel
I can send you the law on that. Anyway, so I am asking for support from one member to agendize this email. In the meantime, I will make sure I place, get the unredacted version to you since you don't have it.
You know what?
Place
I'm
on the
not-
next agenda.
I'd like to say, I'm not sure I want the unredacted version sent out by her because obviously
I
it's
did not
listed as-
say I'm doing
it's
that,
something as
Kathleen.
privileged. You just said that you would provide it.
I will provide it
No,
to
I
legal.
don't
And Mayor,
want
really
that.
I
quick,
just
we're at
said
11
that.
o'clock, so you have, per our policy, you have to
Yeah.
take a vote to continue. the
Yeah,
meeting.
We have a vote
Actually,
to-
oh, thank you, yes.
So I will
No.
make a motion to continue until we finish council member comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No,
So do I have support
you-
from one
you
of
don't
them?
wanna continue?
no, I don't.
Oh.
So
Because this
we're-
line of what
we're-
she's doing is
we're
improper
just-
and unethical.
Let me report the vote. Motion by James, second by Noblock, 4-1 with Ward voting no.
We've been here since 4:30 and this line of what she's doing is unethical at this.
Okay.
It's not unethical,
Should
Ms.
not
Ward.
be.
I'm allowed to ask council to waive privilege if they would like. So I am asking for one member.
I will second that for agendizing purpose. I think discussions like this need to take place whether we go forward and make any decision, but I think it probably needs to be discussed.
Thank you, Councilmember Noblock.
So
I'm
with-
I'm
with the
finished. Thank you.
support of Councilmember Noblock, this will be agendized without a staff report.
Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember
I
Noblock.
have three things. One was a request of the city manager I want to ask about, and two is two other requests of the council. The first is just, Eric, a brief status report on the desal progress. We're talking to South Coast. I haven't heard anything in several months. How are we doing? What's going on? Is progress being made? Are we doing anything?
Progress is being made. I've had conversations with their general manager, Rick, as it relates to, they have begun the financial study for us. We are yet to sit down with them and go over that process. And I've also communicated that it's our want, not at this time, but at a later date, to also incorporate a survey of our residents. So we will be coming back to the council probably later in the year with the discussion of the financial study. And then,
Do you know when that will be done?
no, I do not. I know that their consultants have started, but we have not yet met with them to kind of talk about our areas of focus. But Rick has assured me that they've started to kind of gather stuff to start that
So
study.
you'll get back to us as soon as you. have
Yes,
something
sir.
to report. Thank you very much. Two other quick things. Number one is we have an election coming up in November. There's been a lot of concern nationwide on the veracity of the election counting process with the machines, drop boxes and so forth. I'd like to propose our consideration of a resolution to go to the state legislature recommending certain procedures and protocol to make sure we have elections.
I have no problem with that. What are the recommendations going to be? Any idea?
Well, a number of them, like voter ID boxes that are secured, totally secured in one, in a secure location as opposed to around the community. A number of things, just common sense things like that.
I'll support that.
Okay, thank you. The second item is a resolution for consideration. You know, recently the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. And, you know, for decades, the issue has been one that no one discussed, no one talked about because it's a federal issue. The Supreme Court's ruled it's the law of the land, no question. Now that issue has been punted back to every state, including ours. And I'd like to agendize a resolution whereby this council either takes or doesn't take a position on supporting or opposing that philosophy.
So you're saying you're not for what happened and that it's now a state, it's up to the states?
Right now, the public policy issue is since the Supreme Court said Roe v. Wade is ineffectual and the issue is now to be decided, the life issue, an abortion issue is to be decided by the states, our
Right.
state legislature.
Right.
My request is to have the city council consider a resolution basically supporting the concept of life.
Okay, and that is a city council issue of the city of San Clemente. How
It's
is that a city issue?
Well, it's a city issue because the issue now is in our jurisdiction. It's in the state of California. And we can influence, we can communicate with our government, with our legislature, with our assembly members, with our senators on what we like and don't like. We do that on lots of bills, lots of laws, and this is a big one for our.
We only do it on ones that are city business, but I remember years ago, I believe you came up with a motion that you wanted the city council to take a position on marriage that's between a man and a woman. And I believe it was shot down at that point. So now you're taking a position on abortion.
I'm asking this city council to consider that. That's exactly what I'm doing.
I'm not going to, because again, it's not a city issue and
I'm
you're going
just
to get,
asking it to be agendized for this.
it's going to cause a lot of problems with the council meeting. You're going to make half the people in the city unhappy.
Well, whatever the legislature does, it might make half the people in the city unhappy or happy. I mean, that's public policy, and we're in the public policy business.
There's
We're
also a
not-
ballot measure on the ballot in November as well. It's called Proposition 1. So would you maybe consider putting that on the agenda to consider taking a
And
position?
if I may interrupt, I'm sorry. We did
No,
continue
please,
our
please. I
legislative
don't appreciate you
report,
interrupting.
and that'll be coming back in August, and that has an update with
You're
all of the ballot.
City
measures
manager?
on there.
City
Yeah,
manager, no,
my
please don't interrupt me.
My recommendation isn't regarding the initiative. My recommendation specifically is regarding the Roe v. Wade decision. That's been- that's been-
There is no issue that's more important to me than protecting the unborn. No issue. However, are we prepared to fill this room with people yelling at each other? That's my,
We've done it before. It took us 3 council meetings to get through
People will,
Freedom City.
people will be arguing in society anyway. Question is, are we?
But not at this level.
You can, I just need one person. No one's willing to do it.
no, I'm not, I'm talking to you. I'm trying to understand how we're, what are you, what's that? Are you looking for a resolution to say we support life?
Yeah, basically, yes.
I'll give you that.
And I'll circulate the proposed resolution and we will have it for us at our next meeting.
This is just,
Okay.
it's ludicrous.
It's
what
done.
we're doing.
It's done, Kathleen. Let it
It's
go.
not. Don't call me that. Call me Councilmember Ward.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
You don't deserve that.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
One quick, oh, come on, we almost got through the whole.
Let's hurry up.
I just want to mention the good work of our Public Safety Committee as it pertains to the work with our code compliance addressing illicit massage parlors. There's a publication, Illicit Massage Industry News, which I believe Mr. Loeffler receives. Just kidding. We got forwarded that from I-5 Freedom Network, and we got a shout out, a real positive shout out about the efforts we made on the recommendation from the Public Safety Committee, having code compliance take measures to address that. So I just wanted to mention that we got some positive press out there for that. Thanks again for the committee for good work on that, and then for our council and implementing this. All right, that's right.
Canfield removed that man. You have anything else?
That was it.
Okay, so I have one thing, and it just so happened, I was gonna make this motion, I plan on making this motion, and something happened to me, or happened for me, yesterday or day before yesterday? The e-bike accident.
Oh, yesterday.
Yesterday. I'm going down Veracruz, and I came upon a serious e-bike accident involving a middle-aged male. It really profoundly impacted me on the e-bikes. We see people on e-bikes without shoes. We see people on e-bikes without helmets. And this gentleman is fighting for his life right now. That's how serious it was. We had another one today, not as serious. Additionally, golf carts are I wouldn't say out of control in this town, but there's golf carts all over this town. And the way the California Vehicle Code is written, golf carts that are not street legal can operate within 1 mile of a golf course, regardless whether that person's on his way to the golf course or not, or whether he's ever had a set of clubs in his possession or not, but within 1 mile of a golf course.
That's the vehicle code?
That's in the vehicle code. What we have is when you take 1 mile from Shore Cliffs and 1 mile from the Muni, we do have an area of the T-zone that's not covered by that. Captain Benfield will tell you that non-street legal golf carts are an issue for him, issue for OCSD, issue for everyone. They can park anywhere if they don't have a license plate, they can basically park wherever they want, and no citation, can't be towed. So I would like to, with support of council, send over to the Public Safety Committee. They need to start working on e-bikes and golf carts. The
Comprehensively on e-bikes, sidewalks, the whole gamut.
whole gamut. And if they want to include scooters on that or skateboards, that's going to be up to them. And it's, by the time they get to it, it's going to be August. So I would probably we're going to get through the summer without dealing with this. I would probably be looking at a report coming back from them in November.
Now, we have somebody working on e-bikes already.
Currently, the one thing that's still in our shop is to bring back to the council was the no e-bikes on sidewalks, but we had to we're doing our due diligence because as we've communicated to the council, there are some parts of the city where there's a sidewalk, but there's no bike lane that exists for them to go to. And so it's in our intent to come back in the future with that specific item with e-bikes.
Well, I thought we were also looking broadly at an e-bike safety training program that the sheriff's deputies would be involved in, and potentially a bike registration program. I thought we voted on.
I'm gonna look to the clerk's
Does
office.
that sound familiar?
It does sound
Yeah.
familiar, but I don't know if we actually had action.
And that's something they can incorporate.
Is that something that if public safety
Yeah.
can do it? Yeah,
Absolutely.
Let's have them. Let's have them.
Absolutely.
We got
Make Rick
staff
do
has
some
enough.
work.
I'll
Absolutely.
support the motion. And
Okay.
Hopefully we get a third.
Let's
for
let's
report.
wrap it all up and give it over.
So James, Duncan, and Knobloch.
Got it. And Rick's not listening, but we'll talk to him later.
Okay.
It's a big job. but it's
Nothing new
important.
there.
It's important.
Anyone else? Anything else?
There is
Okay.
one other,
What's that?
there is one other item real quick, and that's to appoint a voting delegate and alternates to the League of California Cities Conference in September.
I volunteer myself to be the delegate.
And the city manager's alternate?
Yeah.
Is that acceptable, city manager?
It's acceptable.
So that's,
Thank you for asking.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by James, second by Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. So now, drum roll, please. I'm going to have a motion for adjournment. The next regular meeting is scheduled to take place on August 16th, 2022. Part 1 of the business meeting will commence at 5 p.m. and closed session will begin at 6 p.m. Part 2 of the business meeting will commence at 7 p.m. The meeting will take place in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Cali Seville, San Clemente. Motion by James,
Second.
second by Duncan. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes